You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
35 degrees right now, and that's as warm as we're going to get today. Doesn't look like there's any kind of participation. My mouth doesn't want to participate in the show this morning. Precipitation, but we thought that yesterday, and it got a little
Yeah, it
drizzly.
got a little misty.
Yeah, but all in all, I mean, for a February 2nd, not bad.
Nice.
Happy Groundhog Day, buddy.
You too, buddy.
Thank you. Kimmy, happy Groundhog Day.
Thanks. Is
What?
that what you're supposed to say?
I don't. Who cares? That's
just
not a
wondering.
thing. It's not a real
It's
thing.
also Bill Murray Day.
Yeah, and Brian Doyle Murray Day. who's
Oh,
also
yeah.
in.
Can't forget the greats.
No, like if it wasn't for that Bill Murray Day, no one would care about this holiday
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a great point.
Fair?
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, I remember as a kid, it was like a fun thing.
I remember like they did everything that day dedicated to Groundhog Day. Like
Yeah.
everything was
Books of 20.
Groundhog themed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my kids didn't mention a damn thing last night, so maybe kids are over it too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe they found new things to learn about.
You know, important things that
The
are.
Erie Canal and Groundhog's Day.
Being cruel to rodents.
You want to project success every single day.
Well, you try.
Well, look, I mean, we know that guys will lie about their jobs.
Oh, yeah.
They will give themselves titles that sound more important, right? Like you're not a janitor, you're a refuse managing,
Yeah.
executive, right? And in that vein, there's something you discovered this morning, or yesterday, Tommy, that had you and I howling with laughter.
Yes. Yes.
So we know a lot of people who, based on our jobs as stand-up comics back in the day, wanted to be in show business bad.
Oh, yeah.
And nowhere is it worse, this whole lying about your success in your job, than like local guys from here that are trying to be actors or musicians or comedians.
Yeah, try to make it.
You got it. So with that being said, you noticed something yesterday.
So yesterday, my wife goes on those apps like Kimmy does.
The neighborhood
the
apps.
neighborhood
Yeah,
app.
yeah, yeah.
And there was somebody looking for a dog sitter. And we've been looking for a dog sitter from when we go away sometimes. right?
Sure, yeah.
Somebody check on the pooch.
I hear you.
So my wife clicks and sees that somebody responded to this woman looking for a dog sitter.
You got a dog
So,
sitter.
this might be somebody, and it looked
Yes,
like it was
good
right
advice.
around our area.
Nice.
Golden.
And my wife goes, I think you know this person. I go, I do? And I look over at the picture, and I can't stop laughing.
Because.
I know this person
Okay.
because they were a stand-up comic.
Oh.
And they still are a stand-up comic.
Yes, yes, yes.
In high standing, supposedly.
According to
People.
Okay. So, Kimmy, just to give you a little background here, why Tommy and I fell over laughing while you were in the room and didn't understand what was going on. He was, tell me when I'm wrong. One of these guys that was always telling you how great his career was
And
going.
he was always had these things in the works.
Lined up.
You know, L.A.,
Yep.
New
Gotcha.
York.
Big time.
Yep.
Yes.
Dip, 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 dip. 100%. And, like, there was, like, a level of arrogance, right?
Bravado.
Like, yeah. Here's where I am,
Yeah.
and here's where you are.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't understand here because you're here.
Yeah, yeah.
And there had been times where he said he was doing things and got caught not actually there.
Okay.
Cold
gotcha.
ass,
All right.
busted, bad.
So
All right.
we take joy in this a little bit this morning and
Yeah.
find it funny because of the type of person that we
The
knew
arrogance.
him as. Yeah, back in the day. Now we haven't known the guy for a couple of years. He may have
Yeah.
changed. People grow up, right? Who knows? Who knows?
You never know, Pat. You
Right, like
never
I'm
know.
willing to give the guy benefit of the doubt. And that's what we're getting at here, right? Like, for most people, having to take a side gig, either to make ends meet or because you have extra time, there's no shame in that.
None.
No shame at all. Sometimes you need the cash. But that doesn't keep people from feeling shame when they are exposed doing these types of jobs to people that they know.
Yeah, because you've been going around trying to act like big money.
You got it.
And you ain't.
You got
You're
it.
just like the rest of us.
And that's fine.
Yeah,
like, no
just,
big deal.
just come on down, man.
Like, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Between the Uberin and the Grubhubbin,
Any of those kind of side gigs.
Instacart, right?
Yeah.
There has been someone you know that has picked you up or shown up at your house if you use these things enough on a consistent basis. And when this is someone you don't know did this, it is so effing uncomfortable.
Yes, it is.
So effing uncomfortable. Because here's the thing. I'm not judging you, other than this guy. I'm
Yeah.
not judging you, normal person in my life. Like, I get it. But you can feel the anxiety. You can feel the embarrassment. And you don't know what to say.
Yeah. And some people, you know, you're like you say, you're cool with it, but it's these arrogant fazzucks that pull this move. And then there you are, Those are the ones.
Okay, yeah, where you could take joy in it.
Yes.
Because there's a couple other guys in that same business we know who started doing it.
We've run into them, man.
But I will say this, like past the arrogant ones, and this is where it gets really uncomfortable. Just, a guy that who ended up doing this stuff. It was during COVID, and we weren't going to the grocery store.
Everything was shut down.
So we tried Instacart.
Yeah.
Where they deliver the groceries to your house. And knock at the door, here come the groceries. The guy used to manage one of the old comedy clubs.
Oh, okay.
He's our Instacart driver, and I knew the guy for years. Really nice guy. Really nice guy. And he was immediately embarrassed, right? But I know the guy had lost the job that he had because everyone got laid off because of COVID where he was working, right? So it's not even like he had any other option. He's just trying to make ends meet. In that specific situation, there was no reason to be embarrassed.
No.
There's no reason for you to look down. There's no reason for you to make excuses to me. I'm not here to judge you. Because, we should have been laid off in that spot, too.
Oh, yeah.
No one was driving to work, right?
But there are the guys that if you're that person, with that side hustle, and you run into that guy who points it out.
Like they get ahead of it almost?
It happened to you.
What do you mean?
So we had a guy that worked here, and then you were coming in here doing stand-up and stuff. You were hanging out on the old show, right?
Right, yeah.
So then he goes into Wegmans.
So just to give everybody a heads up, I was doing stand-up and working in the prepared food section at Wegmans when I was
at the
19, 20.
Gotcha, okay.
And this guy walks in and sees you behind the counter and kind of won't let it go.
100%.
Like he's talking down to him now.
All right.
Yep. That guy's dead now, by the way, deservedly. But, but that's the thing.
Some bad coleslaw.
So he was
blew out his colon.
So he didn't know that you had this other
no,
job?
No. Because you came in here, he didn't know anything about you.
No, and which is weird because I would talk on the air about working at Wegmans.
Right, because I would think it wasn't like you were, working here full time.
And he's down the hall doing his gig on the air, and then he sees it. But this guy would point out when he ran into people, he would point out anytime he could remember the lowest point of your life and remind you.
Massive effing dick.
Yes.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. A name that Tommy and I hadn't heard in a long time. A guy who we knew back in the show business days.
Oh, yeah.
Used to tell us how great he was doing. He's here, we're here. You wouldn't understand. It turns out he's working as a dog sitter now.
Yes.
And not even like a company, like one where he's reaching out to people online, which Tommy and I found fantastic. But that awkwardness of running into somebody in an Uber, working Grubhub, working Instacart, a part-time job you didn't know they have. And you can't even be like, it's okay, buddy, because that sounds condescending too.
Yeah.
It does.
You don't even know what to say.
Yeah, by not saying anything, you also sound like, oh, look who you are. It's like one of the most... What's the word I'm looking for? There is no script as to how to properly deal with that situation.
Right, because you're either going to overplay it or underplay it, and both are going to look arrogant.
You're right.
Because let's say you want to be nice to the guy, right? You overtip. That looks like charity.
Yeah,
you think you're better than me?
Right.
Yeah.
But if I just give you enough, man,
we go way back.
Yeah, you don't tighten me up.
What the F, man?
Yeah, you can't win in that situation. Nobody can win in this situation.
100% right.
Does it make it better or worse if they're not embarrassed? Like if they almost embrace it?
I can respect someone who's not embarrassed.
Because this kind of happened to me in a way. I caught a photo of a friend's kid's birthday party.
Okay.
And they had hired Disney princesses to come in. And I recognized the one princess.
Okay.
But this also seems like a job that this woman would really enjoy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Sure,
so,
yeah.
I mean, I guess it's kind of like, oh, that's where they're at. But then it's like, well, maybe they like doing it. I don't know. I don't know.
When you talk like Uber, right? Like, there are some people that just like driving around meeting people and talking
right.
to folks, right? Like,
There's just social cats.
Yeah, maybe you don't need the money. You just enjoy the excitement of the job.
So one of the funniest ones I can remember as a kid. So cigarette companies in South Florida back in the day used to go up and down the beach handing out free little 4-packs of cigarettes to kids to get them to smoke.
Brilliant. Thank you, Florida.
So we had a guy we knew, and his job was he was working for the local cigarette company, walking down the beach handing out free cigarettes, right? So I'm on the beach one day. I see this kid. We start talking. And the worst thing that could happen to you when you run into somebody while you're working, his boss yells at him for stopping and talking. Like he's getting chastised in front of me while he's handing out free cigarettes on the beach. Like, that's the worst.
Yeah, there's no coming back.
That's
Yep.
You're just dead in the water,
Yeah.
man.
You know, as we talk about running into these people that you know, this direct message on Twitter from Scott. He writes us, out drinking. My buddy gets an Uber to get us home at 2 a.m. My mother-in-law picks us up. I had no idea. My wife had no idea. She started crying on the way home.
Oh, my God. And it's late, man. You're a late night.
That's where you get the most
Uber.
work, though, maybe.
Oh, my God.
And the surging prices.
It's also like the most dangerous, worst
Yeah.
time to be an Uber driver is picking up drunks.
You gotta eat, man.
I know, but think of that, man.
All right, let me ask
She
you.
cried on the way home?
She cried on the way home. Let me ask you this. Because, like, that's awkward for her. I understand why. You're obviously keeping it a secret. Your son-in-law and your daughter don't know.
Yeah.
Do you have to call your mother-in-law afterwards and offer help? If she's crying, you would assume she's doing it because she's not in a good way and doesn't want anyone to know.
Do I, as the son-in-law?
You now know.
I got to throw it to the wife. That's your mother. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to step in.
Together we have to do.
Okay, you go first. I ain't stepping in, bro.
That is a whole other ball of wax.
I wouldn't get involved.
You just gonna wait. You're just gonna ignore the fact that you saw her and she's driving you in an Uber at 2:00 in the morning.
But she's working.
Yeah, because she needs to. You're kidding me.
I don't think I'm getting involved.
Look, I'm not happy, but you got to do something.
But that's also like charity.
Okay,
I mean, then maybe she don't want it.
But it's
I mean, there's a reason why she didn't reach
Did
out
it
to you
in the first place, yeah.
Okay,
She's embarrassed.
But if she don't want it, she'll pass. Like, you have no choice there. You have to reach out and say, what can I do? And if she says nothing.
I would say don't.
Such a bitch.
No, I don't for many reasons.
Look, if it's you that picks me up in an Uber 10 years from now at 2 a.m, you're right. I'm not going to reach out to you because we're friends. It's weird. It's awkward. I don't want to emasculate you. But when it's a member of your family.
But you're calling him a loser.
No, you called him a loser.
No, but you are too, because you're assuming that she doesn't want to do this. She's in dire straits.
She's doing it because she's
cried.
desperate.
They all cry at that hour.
Like, you're right. If she had a big smile on her face, hey, how you doing? No, I just like doing this to meet people. You're right. You don't have to do anything.
And it's a mother-in-law, man. You don't have to help mother-in-laws. No, you don't. You ever see when the Titanic went down?
Yeah.
Women and children. No shout-outs to mother-in-laws.
Really? The unsinkable Molly Brown? Mother-in-law.
No.
Yeah.
She was single, bro.
Yeah, that's how mother-in-law. She was like an
Nobody wanted that woman.
universe. No, she was married.
No, she wasn't married. She was, back in the day, it was frowned upon, but yeah.
Nobody knows what we're talking about. A potential lesbian you've never heard of, the unsinkable Molly Brown.
I am not helping out somebody that's crying.
Kimmy, if your mother-in-law picks you up in an Uber 2 in the
Well,
morning,
she's going to have to say because her mother's alive and listening.
No, mother-in-law starts crying.
Yeah.
You have to have that conversation with her afterwards, right? Later.
I would leave that to my husband.
Such cowards.
I'll let him. I mean, it's his. I don't want to step in on that relation. Like, I'll let him take the
So
lead
you tell
on
your
that.
husband.
What?
You tell your
Oh
husband.
yeah, I would tell him.
But that conversation, let's
Yeah.
say you were going to take your role and you're going to help this woman. That conversation would be so condescending to her. Like, not only are you exposed, now I'm like dangling some bait in front of you.
No, because you're a dick when you do that to everybody because you enjoy being the one with the upper hand. Not everybody's an ass when they offer to help someone.
I'm a cool guy.
What are you talking? I'm a cool guy. The unsinkable Molly Brown. We got a dynamite. You got to help your mother-in-law kind of break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to creep it out.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock this morning. Also just after 7. This is one of the greatest crime stories you're going to hear in the history of Rochester.
Oh, my God.
Because it's a crime story that is 60 years in the making.
A 60-year-old crime story?
No, the crime is not 60 years old.
But
This
it's been
man has been
building?
doing these things
forever?
for 60 years.
How do you get away with something for 60 years?
Well, he doesn't, because there's a reason we know his name, and we have a rap sheet we're going to read you. But at this age, we just found out again, he's been busted for another high-end caper, and it's in the DNC this morning.
High-end?
Writer Gary Craig did it. It is brilliant, and we will tell you all about it just after 7 o'clock. Also, just after 7:30, I had 7 fire trucks in front of my house.
Yeah, you
last
posted
night.
it online last night.
Bro, I cannot catch a break this week. I cannot catch a break.
So I told my wife, she goes, well, what should we do? I go, I think he means it as a joke.
No.
Well, most people, you posted it like it was no big deal, but my wife thought we should have called.
I'm here now.
Oh, checking in.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Did you?
I didn't see it until later.
Liar.
I didn't see it till.
No, I didn't
Me
see
too.
it
Me too. Me too. I didn't see it till later. Yeah. I was talking to my dead mother-in-law. She's got an Uber in heaven.
Worst clapping song of all time.
Would you tip a mother-in-law if she Ubered in heaven?
So I'll tell you what happens just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, not only is it Groundhog's Day today,
What else?
it is a very sad anniversary here in Rochester.
Like a tragedy?
Well, I mean, it was a tragedy at the time. It still is. I mean, when you lose somebody, right, the family's upset. And this person was a household name not only in Rochester, but he was coming off one of his most successful years of his life.
We
He
lost
was
this person?
the guy from Rochester. And what's weird about it is, as we reflect, we'll tell you who it was. As we reflect on this guy, it becomes very apparent there isn't that person from Rochester right now.
Oh.
Unless there's someone I can't think of. And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. It's not just Groundhog Day today.
Yeah, what else?
It's also an anniversary. And it's not a happy anniversary, but
Like
it
a
does.
tragedy?
Well, yeah, I mean, it is. But it does remind us how brilliant this guy was. And in talking about how brilliant this guy was and how he was instantly recognizable to almost everyone in America right towards the end, it also makes us realize we may not be in a point in Rochester where we have that person right now.
Oh, okay.
Someone we always have seemed to have since the beginning of Rochester.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. You know, we here in this show always say,
What's that?
if you work at a store and your store is hit by a criminal, leave them alone.
Yes.
Don't try and stop them.
Yeah, don't be a hero.
We may want to amend that here.
You should.
Well, not that you ever should, but when we tell you one specific detail about a man accused of a crime,
Yeah.
how did he get away?
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Today is a very sad 10-year anniversary.
What is it?
A decade ago, Rochester resident and brilliant actor Philip Seymour Hoffman passed away.
My God, it's been 10 years?
10
Wow.
years.
Yeah.
Not to be that guy, but I was around the corner from where it happened the night that it happened in New York City.
You were in New York?
Somebody gave me free tickets to the Knicks game. I'd never been to a Knicks game before. It was Melo versus LeBron, so I had to go. My wife and I went.
Right.
And we woke up, and we saw the address where it happened, and I'm like, oh, my
Yeah,
God.
he lived in New York City, right?
It was a block from where we were.
Yeah.
It was insane. And look, I mean, everybody knows, right? Philip Seymour Hoffman, brilliant actor.
Yep.
He was great in everything. He was in everything at one point, right? He won an Oscar for Capote, Before the Devil Knows You're Dead, Charlie Wilson's War. Along Came Polly, Twister.
I forgot he was in Twister, yeah.
Great in
Yeah,
Twister.
there's stuff that like he'll pop up in that I completely
The
forgot.
talented
And
Mr. Ripley.
He was in that.
Yeah.
Magnolia, like you'd be watching a movie,
Oh,
and all
wait
of
a
a
minute.
sudden,
Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights, great in Boogie
Like,
Nights.
yes.
And like every movie you saw Philip Seymour Hoffman in, he stole the show.
But it was always the most creepy,
Yeah.
out there character.
Yeah.
You're right, yeah.
He won an Oscar for Capote. And here, what was great about Philip Seymour Hoffman was he was famous and brilliant in a non-traditional way. Because he wasn't, Tommy, your marquee typical movie star.
No.
He was a blue-collar actor who had to do whatever he could to...
He did not look like a leading man, and he didn't look like a movie star.
Exactly. And for that reason, like, it really resonated with Rochester,
Did
right?
you mention Scent of a Woman?
Did not. I forgot about Scent of a
Scent
Woman.
of a Woman is the first time I remember that kid, and I didn't know who he was, but that character was so... Because he was kind of the central character of why that kid was in trouble.
Yeah, yes. Like, you can't name a movie you saw with Philip Seymour Hoffman where you were like, meh. He
Yeah.
was always great. And past the sadness and the loss of life and his
Yeah.
grieving family, I mean, I'm sure it's hard for them today. On a less important level, when Philip Seymour Hoffman passed,
Yeah.
Rochester, as a community, lost our link to the big time.
Well, he was the biggest actor to ever come out of this town.
100%. And at the time, he was the biggest celebrity that we had, right? Like, he was that guy where when they mentioned Philip Seymour Hoffman, you would always come in, from Rochester,
Yeah, right.
Rochester's own,
Right.
and folks instantly recognized him, right? He had a very unique look to him. What celebrity from Rochester is that right now? Because it does.
From Rochester?
The phone number is 252-WCMF.
Like who's representing?
Who's that instantly recognizable Rochester resident? Because, Tommy, for a very long time, like decades, there was always someone who had enough juice.
Had a little taste.
Yeah, where, like, you knew that, like, Lou Graham, right? When
Right.
When Foreigner was doing big stuff and they mentioned Lou Graham, you go, from Rochester, and
Right.
then he's got his solo record at Midnight Blue Hits, from Rochester,
Yeah.
right? And then Kristen Wiig blows up.
Yeah, so she was on Saturday Night Live.
And then she was huge in Bridesmaids, massive movie in that one, and they would say her name, and you
Right.
would go, from Rochester,
Yeah.
right? And then after Philip Seymour Hoffman passed away,
So Robert Forrester was from the old school, but I don't know how many people, to your point, but he was up for an Academy Award.
wow.
Yeah.
He's no Philip Seymour Hoffman. Did he win it?
So, no, he was up for it in Jackie Brown.
I'm not listening. I'm done listening. Did he
That's
win it?
all I got.
I mean, no, I get that there's people from the past. What I'm saying, at this
of
moment.
Oh, you don't
mind.
have anybody right now.
Okay, you didn't even think about it.
Who would that be?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. I would argue the biggest star right now is still Kristen Wiig, but she hasn't done anything in a while.
No.
Right.
I mean,
I haven't seen her or anything.
There's Winston Duke. Are you familiar with him?
No.
So he's a Brighton grad. He had some big-time roles in Black Panther. He was the star of the horror movie
He's been in
Us.
a couple things too, I think, but he's still kind of young, so like maybe he could be that guy.
So he's not young, but he's new to the game. He's 37.
Is he?
Oh, that's
I thought he was
that's not
younger.
young.
But he's only been around for like a couple of years.
Yeah.
Like, you forget
Right.
Philip Seymour Hoffman worked for decades and decades to build his resume to where he was before.
Yeah.
So Winston Duke could eventually be that guy. And then athlete-wise, there's lots of Rochester guys playing in all 4 major sports, but none of them that are household names.
Yeah.
Like Isaiah Stewart, he's a Kearney grad. He's a forward for the Pistons. He
But
may be the most
Pistons are tanking.
the worst team in
Yeah.
the NBA, and that sucks for him.
Mhm, yeah.
You have all this talent, and you're stuck on the worst team in the NBA. So, like, there's no Ryan Callahan, there's no Brian Giunta, there's no Roland Williams.
I mean, you would have to say Brian Giunta because he won a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, but again, like top of mind relevancy now.
Oh, now, no.
You know I love Gio, but
Yeah.
being the assistant coach for the NAHL Rochester Junior Americans team playing out of the Rochester Ice Center, great night with the family, by
All
the
right.
way. That ain't exactly going to get you
No,
on
I get
Sports
it.
Center.
Yeah, I know. I can't think of any. Yeah.
So
I mean, you would know better than me.
I don't know. Every once in a while, you pull this stupid stuff out of your khaki pants. Hey, did you know that?
I know the old school. I don't know the new stuff.
Everyone knows the old school. So that means we're in a big name Rochester drought.
Yeah, you may. By the way, you may never get to that level again because it's so rare to get to that point.
No, but like think about it. It hasn't been. For the last couple of decades, there has always been one borderline superstar that grew up in Rochester.
I'm thinking of that Bones Jones.
John Bones Jones. Okay, he was that for a little while, but
He had
he's
a
been
nice
off
ride,
the
but
radar.
then he tanked.
Yeah, I mean that's what
And he
happens
got in trouble.
when you keep getting arrested over
Yeah.
and over and over again. We're without him right now.
Yeah.
We're waiting for someone to fill that void. Step up, Tommy. All of you people that have talent, do something. I want to brag about
Okay,
you.
now you may get something because of the Olympics coming up.
Okay.
Because you got this. When are the Winter Olympics?
That I don't know. 2 years after the Summer Olympics.
All right, so between the Summer and the Winter Olympics, you may get people that show up again, especially in the Winter Olympics because of that.
So we talked about with the Summer Olympics, there is a woman currently going to Roberts Wesleyan.
All that pole vaulting.
Yep, she has the best mark in pole vaulting in America right now.
Yeah.
She qualified for the Olympic trials, and her coach is Jen Schur, who won 2 medals at 2 separate Olympics in the past.
Yeah, but that's not something I know you would brag about out of town.
Unless she has some moment
Yes.
national. Because
Yeah.
like Kathy Turner, you wouldn't brag about a speed skater, but she had such a remarkable Olympics.
She hit for the medals. yeah.
Exactly. She hit for the medals.
You know what I'm saying.
Only the best Olympic coverage in the break room.
But like pole vaulting's not top of mind when you think of the Olympics.
I understand.
You know.
Well, no, but I mean,
Like they only show pole vaulters when they wipe out.
it's not true.
Bro, when the pole snaps or they land on their head.
Jen Schur had this epic battle between this Russian.
That Russian
You remember
chick
it.
was a complete sea bag.
But you
man.
remember, I mean, that stands out.
She was nasty.
Calm down. What, are you surprised that some Russian people are not kind? Are you watching the news?
They seem to be pretty cool.
Yeah, right.
What do they ever do?
Olympians are tough because they're so top of mind when the Olympics are going on. Like they're on top of the world,
Yep.
literally. Like the whole world knows who they are. And then unless, like to your point, they're from your area, you kind of completely forget about them.
Yeah.
Or they
Because
become
it's so-
announcers in their like niche.
And
sport.
that's if they do. I mean, if they don't, then they kind of just fade away because it's not a lot of opportunity to showcase what you do.
All right, 252 WCMF, as we talk about the 10th anniversary of Philip Seymour Hoffman's death, right? He was a household name, Oscar winner.
Yeah, he won.
He was that guy from Rochester. And we've had that person, man or woman, for the last 50 years that was a big star. We seem to be in a drought right now, unless
Yeah.
there's someone we're missing.
Okay.
Brad is on CMF. Hey, Brad, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, one you guys are missing out on, Isaiah Stewart starting.
Oh, no, you must have been on
forward
hold. We brought him up and
for-
said it sucks that he's stuck on the worst team in the NBA.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
Great call, though, Brad.
Good.
All right, there goes Brad. That was Brad's one shot, and he blew it.
So like for him to win a championship, the odds are pretty long because he's on a crappy team unless he gets traded or the Pistons turn it around.
So the Pistons, I was reading something the other day.
Yeah.
He is apparently, other teams are very interested
Well,
in
sure,
him.
you say he's good.
Exactly. So he could be traded
Okay.
at the deadline, and then all
So
of a
you may
sudden,
see him in a championship.
Yeah, possibly. Let's talk to Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What up?
I was going to mention, I know you guys will probably drag him through the mud a little bit.
No,
he had
no.
colored history. John Jones.
So we brought him up just a second ago. Yeah, well, you were sitting on hold. I mean, he had the opportunity to be like the
He was the best.
He was for a while. I don't know, like, is he top of mind still even in the UFC just because he hasn't, he's kind of ruined it for himself?
So, yeah, he did just defend. Well, he came into the heavyweight class and won that match, so he's the champ now. But I was also going to say props to you guys for mentioning Eric Ellis and Jen Scher, the pole vaulting. That's a Gage Chili grad.
Yeah, look, man, we're always looking for. Look, if there's one show that's going to give credit to female pole vaulters from the Rochester area, it's the Break Room.
Yeah, her dad used to cut my hair, so shout out to the Ellis family. Yeah.
That guy's there. That woman's there. Cut my hair. Olympic gold.
Yeah, that's a reach.
Aaron, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right. Two people we already brought up.
We're kind of running out of people here.
There's got to be somebody.
Bro, but think about it, bro. This is a small town, and to have people that reach that level, like to win an Oscar, from a town here that's not known for acting.
No, I hear you.
Is just insane.
By the way, you say we're not known for acting. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. spent time here. You brought up Robert Forster. John Lithgow was born in Rochester.
Right.
I mean, we do have a history of good actors.
But
in
he's
Rochester.
like born and raised here. Like he cut his chops here. The kid went to school here. He went to theater here. He did it all here.
Cab Calloway should have won an Oscar for Blues Brothers.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, he was good. Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Smitty. Smitty, who we missing, buddy?
All right, so this is someone no one in Rochester is talking about. He's up and coming. He's 27 years old. Jonathan the Warhawk Piersma. He's a UFC or MMA fighter. He's on the verge of going to the UFC. He's 8-2 as a pro.
Okay.
So he's the next big name out of Rochester.
He's a Philip
Jonathan
Seymour
Piersma.
Hoffman of kicking guys in the head.
What's his name, Smitty?
John Piersma.
John Piersma.
Piersma.
Yeah, St. John Fisher grad, played football, local guy, great guy.
All right. Don't piss him off.
8-2 as a pro fighter.
All right. Look, we're going to keep an eye out for him, Smitty. All right, buddy. Thanks for the call. Why are we so good at sports that hurt people?
Right, we've had boxers come through here.
So, yeah, Carmen Basilio, heavyweight middleweight champion.
But who was the other kid I'm thinking of? He was big.
Charles the Natural Murray.
Yeah, because he was up for the title.
Yes, he was. Yeah. And there's a kid right now, young kid, who's working his way up. I don't know what weight class he's in, but we could see him in the Olympics in a couple of years.
All right.
And then Piersma, who you just brought up, and John Bones Jones.
Okay.
And I'm sure there's others we're missing. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. All right, we talked to a couple of dudes.
All right.
And we don't know what we're talking
Or maybe
about.
we're missing some ladies.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let's talk to Liz. Liz, who are we missing?
Hey, my name is Liz.
Yes, Liz. What do you got?
Well, we have 3 Olympic hopefuls right now in the Rochester area.
Okay.
We have two swimmers. One's from Avon. Jolie Cry is her name. She's at the University of Cincinnati doing D1.
Go Bearcats.
And then we have a swimmer from Dansville who's qualified for Olympic trials.
Yeah, but she tried out in ponds.
And ponds work. If that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do.
Hey, man, look, I respect it. You got frogs on your back and you're making the Olympic trials. That's very impressive, Liz.
Absolutely. And then we have a high jumper that's a 4-time D3 national champion right here at St. John Fisher. And he's qualifying hopeful for high jump.
So we could have...
Are you in the business or are you a stalker?
I'm a mom.
You're a mom, which makes you a stalker.
I'm a bum. Okay, so Liz, we could have 4 Olympians in the Summer Olympics.
Qualified.
Absolutely.
That'd be great.
Hopefully.
All right.
That would be great.
Well, Liz, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. That doesn't help us now, though.
So there was a woman that is from here that my aunt paid big money to go and watch in Manhattan all the time. Renee Fleming.
Yep.
She's like a renowned singer, and she was
She's
at
an opera
the
singer, right?
Lincoln Center, and like my aunt, who was like a snotty biatch, loved this woman, and like she was amazed that she was from here because she thought she was from like you know they all think they're from New York City and stuff. They don't come from like regular towns.
Sure.
But that chick is about as high as it gets in that.
And I always feel for people like that. Like Renee Fleming is unbelievably talented.
Yeah.
There's another woman right now who is doing big things. Her name's Danielle Ponder. She worked as a lawyer here in town. She has an R&B soul music career. If you like R&B, soul music,
She's
Motown
good,
style, brilliant. She's
Wow.
brilliant. But like that's not a top of mind genre.
Right.
Renee Fleming, that's not a top. Like
No.
it has.
You're
to,
never going to go see Renee Fleming at Lincoln Center.
exactly like to have that kind of talent.
Yeah.
In a lane where you're not going to get international recognition
People
from
don't
the masses.
appreciate
Yeah.
it
Thank
unless
you.
unless you're really familiar with it.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe you're at peace with it because you just enjoy what you're doing, but like it does have to chap your you know what. right? That you put your life into this. You're one of the best in the world, and you could walk around Wegmans in your hometown and nobody's going to stop you, right?
Yeah, she may live here. I don't know.
All right, well, everybody on hold, we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. Like I said, anybody with talent listening, get on it. We need that person right now.
Did I tell you Renee Fleming's dad used to do my hair?
Don't brag about that. Poor Renee Fleming's dad. Look, we are a show who says stay out of the way if crime happens in front of you.
Yes,
right? It's not worth
Don't
the risk.
get involved.
Yeah. Maybe there's one time, maybe.
What, you got an example?
Well, like, here's the thing, man. With this story we're going to tell you, there's a detail about this man who's accused of this crime. And based on that detail, how did he get away with what he's accused of?
Really?
We'll tell you the story next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, we're not here to judge someone for not doing their job. And this isn't even the person's job to do.
Oh.
However, based on one detail about the man police are looking for, it is a little bit of a head scratcher that he was able to get away after this alleged crime.
So, because of what he stole?
Nope.
Like it was awkward?
Nope.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock, it's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to creep it out, buddy.
Creep Cap coming at you. And a man whose career has spanned 6 decades.
6 decades.
And he's still doing it in his 70s,
Wow.
according to the DNC.
Fantastic.
However, this is not a career that has a great retirement plan.
Okay.
Although, in a couple of ways, you will have guaranteed food and housing for the rest of your life.
3 hots and a cut.
When you find out what this man's criminal life has been, even to this day.
And he's still going.
Bro, it's a brilliant story.
Because you would think at some point you tap out just because of your age.
You'd think you'd be wrong.
Like you're retired. So there's a senior league of criminals.
We'll tell you the story just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. But first, this story comes to us from Parma, Tommy.
What happened?
It's one of the best places to hear the upcoming eclipse, see the upcoming eclipse.
Oh, yeah.
So around 10 p.m., a man walked into a gas station on Ridge Road. Authorities say he stole Newport cigarettes, Black and Mild cigars, and other merchandise totaling $162.74.
I think I used to hang out with this guy.
But he gets all this stuff out of one gas station. And that's bad enough.
Yeah.
What makes it worse, authorities say he also stole a wallet that was sitting out on the counter that contained credit cards. And we don't know how that happened.
Perfect timing for that, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
So that means he had to go behind the counter to get this stuff.
Unless somebody left their wallet on the counter or turned around, went to go get something, and he just swiped it while he was walking by.
No, it's not about the cigars and cigarettes. You had to go around the counter to get this stuff.
It sounds like,
Okay.
You might be right. So he got out of the store. He got into a small gray Honda with Pennsylvania plates, and that's what police are looking for right now. And up to this point, it's a pretty standard story. There is one detail about this man that makes this story a little confusing.
Okay.
They give a physical description because they're looking for him.
Right.
The police list this suspect at 5'2".
Wait.
He's a man.
A grown-ass man at 5'2".
Okay.
5'2", 200 pounds.
Oh.
That is one round dude, man.
He's a big old little boy.
Round
Yeah.
dude, man.
That's super round.
That's like...
That's a beach ball.
That's Syracuse basketball mascot round.
5'2", 200 pounds.
2 bills. Just for perspective, that is 13 inches shorter than me and about 10 pounds heavier.
Yeah.
Tommy, how tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
And you're the shortest man I've ever met in my life.
And the heaviest I've ever been, at my fattest, I was 185.
What do you weigh right now?
Probably about 145, 150.
Okay, so this man
now
in the
with
story...
these shoes, probably a little bit more.
This man is 55 pounds heavier than you and 3 inches shorter.
Yes.
Okay. And look, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with being round.
Well, there is.
No, I mean, look.
Bro.
God made you perfect, whatever you are.
The world is not kind to round folk.
What is amazing to me in this story?
Yeah.
How did a 5'2", 200-pound man get away with stealing all this stuff?
You know what?
from the store?
You didn't see him.
How do you not see him?
He's lower than the counter.
Yeah, but he's also rubbing against all the stuff when he's walking up
True.
and down the aisles.
Because he had to get around that counter. But he is low.
But he's
So maybe
wide.
Yeah.
He's low and wide, and maybe that's the key.
It's like trying to get a couch out the front door.
But by the way, try tackling him.
Yeah, you're right. He does have lower center
Yeah,
of gravity.
that'd be
There's a
tough.
lot of
Yeah.
gravity.
He's all
behind him.
base.
Okay, but he...
I mean, that guy's a fire plug, man.
No, but here's the thing, man. Like, think about this.
But he's also a smoker.
If he had to make a run for it,
And he didn't grab any snacks.
well, we don't know that. There was $162 worth of stuff. If he had to make a run for it in this scenario,
A waddle?
You got 2 problems right away. First off, he's not built for speed.
Yeah, that's a waddle.
Right? He's short of a boulder from Indiana Jones move on this man's part. He's not getting anywhere fast.
What are those little toys, those Weebles?
They wobble, but they don't
They'll
fall down.
He's a Weeble.
Second problem, to the Weeble point,
He's evil Weeble.
he's got baby legs.
Well, he's got sturdy baby legs.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
No, but like
Well,
to
you don't
support
know.
all that
could carry
girth,
his weight in his gut, could carry it in his lower half.
he
We
may
don't
have
know.
some tree trunks for legs.
okay, but still, it's weight. That's a lot of weight to
That
put
is.
over those legs.
Yeah,
And if-
those pins are holding it up.
Think about this, man. You make him make a quick change of direction. Every ligament in his knee is exploding at the same time, or he's toppling.
Yeah.
Right? Like that man got away at 5'2", 200 pounds. And maybe some of you folks are listening, and you listen all the time,
Yeah.
and you go, "Hey, Pat, you guys never encourage employees to go after shoplifters at their job." And you're right. That gets real dangerous real fast. But even in that, this story is amazing. Because if this guy got away with this stuff, And no one even raised an eyebrow because that's kind of what the story sounds like. Like you said, he must have made it behind the counter.
Yep.
He managed to steal a wallet that was sitting on the counter, according to police. That means we're dealing with a sneaky 5'2", 200-pound man.
But he looked at his assets and realized, and he utilized them to his best ability, right? Like he realized he's low.
Okay.
And he's slow.
Low and slow.
But you don't notice him.
Tommy.
Yeah.
You were a big old fat guy.
Mm?
I was a big old fat guy. Big old fat guys make noises just being.
Yeah. Your girth makes sounds.
And I don't even mean that. Like, for example, when you were a big old fat guy and you were around people, did you try to breathe less heavy around them so people didn't think you were dying all the time? Okay.
Yeah. And have you ever heard a fat person run? You can hear everything in their pockets. Like everything's shaking and jiggling.
The other problem, when you hear a fat guy moving around, the fabric of all your clothes rubs together when you walk. There's this. Yes, exactly. God, I hated that sound. That was the worst sound in the world. Like I didn't like quiet at all.
The swish.
Yeah, I could hear my arms rubbing against my boobs with the jacket.
And then the thigh action.
Yes, like how? Like that's just it. How is that man sneaky?
Here's the problem, though.
What's that?
So let's say you try to apprehend this guy. It would be a horrible look to somebody pulling up, seeing you trying to apprehend a guy that's 5'2" and 200 pounds.
Well, okay, that's the question. What makes a man more tough? Is it height or is it weight? Because, we'll give, people that want to sound tough will give you the stats. I'm 6'4", 250. And, wow, damn.
Well, that's a sizable cat.
Yeah, but 200 is a sizable cat. We had a discussion in the past. We decided that 200 pounds makes you a man. Remember, that was a man's weight.
Yeah, but you ain't got man height.
Okay, but you're still 2 bills.
Yeah, but you're Garfield. I mean, you're just comical.
And he loves all the lasagna.
Like, if I saw that, here's how bad I am. And don't get all condescending.
What?
If I see people...
Let me just reset real quick. I'm sorry. We're talking about a man arrested after police say he stole cigarettes, cigars from a gas station in Parma at 10 p.m., $162 and other stuff that police say he got away with. The physical description of this man, 5'2", 200 pounds.
If I see that guy, if I see that guy in the store, I'm staring.
Wait, what do you mean you're staring?
I'm staring.
I bet you see more 5'2", 200-pound guys than you think, especially if you hang out in Gates.
I do
That's
wonder.
staring town.
Bro, no, I'm saying that's 5'2", 2 bills town. There's a chain involved. He's not wearing any sleeves on his shirt in the summertime, only for comfort's sake.
At 5'2".
Yeah, and he's got a bench in his garage.
Yes.
Was the description given by the the clerk, or was this how did they guess that he was 200 pounds? Because what if that person was way off? Would you be offended? Okay, wait a second.
I would assume they looked at the
footage,
like the police made it. But no, you made a good point.
I'm thinking when it comes to men's weight, I don't even have a guess most of the time.
I'm good at men's weight. I'm terrible at women's weight.
Okay, so I'm the opposite because I have no idea what either of you guys weigh.
But it's because we carry our weight differently than women.
Yeah. You guys got a lot of hips and chest.
You got a lot in the toter.
Sure.
Well, so do you though.
But I'm guessing
chest.
if I had to give a description of this guy, I could probably nail the height, the weight. I may be off. So maybe the description of this man is off.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't think a man should be offended if the weight was way off. Because let's say he's 165.
Yeah.
He just wears it weird.
At 5'2".
Yeah.
Which would still be a lot.
All right.
Remember that story we had? There was a woman accused of stealing from a Walmart.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I can't remember how they described her.
I thought it was the Gateway guy. Heavy set?
Heavy set. Yes, it was a heavy set woman. They didn't even try and guess.
Yeah.
I guess calling her heavy set was the polite way of trying to. Yeah. But again, what's heavy set?
You know it when you see it.
I don't think you do, because your heavy set and my heavy set are different heavy set.
On women?
Yeah.
You know a heavy set woman.
Bro, we had the thick discussion the other day. If thick is a compliment or a bad term for women.
Mm-hmm.
I'm into thick, bro. Thick with 2 C's. You're not a thickness guy.
No.
So you would think a thick woman is heavy set.
Well, it depends where chubbly lies.
See, but that's
you just call it chubbly.
Exactly. I don't look as thick as
well,
chubbly.
that's kind of cute.
No.
Chubbly.
That's not what we're talking about.
You wouldn't say it to somebody's face.
I would say it behind their chubbly back.
By the way, when you say chubbly, your breast bounce. Everybody just saw it.
My chubbly breast?
On our live stream. Like with this guy stealing.
Poor dude, man.
Poor dude. He did steal
I
stuff.
know, but man, do you think the world's been kind to this dude?
I don't know.
Like I said,
Well, I mean,
man,
look, I'll tell you this. He's got enough to eat.
I know, but think if you were a 5'2" man,
Yeah.
and let's say this dude's been fat his whole life.
Okay.
He has been brutally picked on his entire life.
Great point.
And stealing's wrong, but I got to give this guy some fat slack. Sometimes you got to give people fat slack. He did wrong. Going to go to jail.
If he gets caught, he's loose.
Listen, he's loose. It's the only thing loose on him.
So I love how you do this. Like, hey guys, listen, but seriously, more jokes, more jokes. And not even a joke here. In all sincerity, the biggest reason you should have known something was up. How was he hiding the stuff he was stealing? Because if he was jamming it in like a coat, that coat is sold out.
Yeah.
And by the way, he's got to find a coat that fits him.
Well, it's not
at that height.
It just goes long, hangs down your knees.
Yeah, everything's like an overcoat.
Maybe easier to hide stuff.
He's got to look like a South Park character.
Weren't you just saying, poor
I'm
guy?
stealing this and I'm going home. But he's got to be a South Park.
I did not have that on my bingo card today.
God, we are the worst radio show in America. Nothing. You set up your own crappy impression. I got it. With that, it's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we've already started creeping up.
That's right. Yeah, it's Creep Cat coming
We've
at
already
you.
been fat creeping.
You've been fat creeping.
Well, you've been joining in too, bro.
I've been making legitimate points about how hard it would be for a man of that size to steal.
You
just did a Cartman impression.
I do feel for this cat, man. He's in a bad way.
All the disgusting stuff Tommy said all week long. Creep Cat coming at you. And look, this guy got away with it, so maybe he's a good criminal, but he's not a criminal to the extent that this next man we're going to talk about is, because he's made a career out of it. But the problem with being a career criminal, Tommy, the retirement plan, not great.
Yes.
Which means you got to keep working even into your elderly years. And based on this story in the DNC, and it is brilliant.
Really?
Brilliant. We're going to meet one of the most unique criminals in Rochester history.
Can't wait to hear.
Because,
he'd be like the Philip Seymour Hoffman of crooks.
Yeah. Tommy, this story starts in the late 60s.
God damn, man.
And we have an update from last month, and we'll get to it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. They say age ain't nothing but a number, Tommy.
That's so true, Pat.
And you only get old when you stop doing the things you love.
You got to push.
The story of a man from Rochester might prove that.
Okay.
But it's not as heartwarming as you think. Because what he keeps doing is illegal.
Oh.
So much so that even at this ripe old age, right now,
Yeah.
he's back behind bars. And maybe for a while.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, what's going on?
You run your disgusting filth mouth 24/7.
Thank you.
Every once in a while, Kimmy catches some of it.
The filth mouth?
Yep, her fingernails are falling off. Your mic is not on. That's how gross it is.
Damn.
It turned off her mic. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, it's a creep cat habits now. On CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
You haven't won in like a year.
Drier than your grandma.
Why?
Well, all grandmas are dry.
I don't know. There are some damn
You think there's
grandmas,
some juicy grandma?
Oh, yeah. I thought that smell is what outside at night was.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Your mom? Hey, guys, it really smells like my mom out here tonight.
Yeah, well, remember that Steve Miller song everybody loves?
Abracadabra. She's dead, so I won't grab her.
Okay. You used to be a penis.
Mm-hmm. No, it's just cadaver dong.
Is that like a cadaver?
Cadaver dong.
Cadaver?
Yeah, cadaver dong.
Do you use a cadaver? when
Cadaver
you go to bingo?
dong. It ain't going to be around too much longer.
You're in your 60s, and you thought the word cadaver had a B in it?
Yeah, it's cadaver. Not your diddling. Oh, that'd be your
No, these would
diddling.
be. I don't know how you're diddling.
Yeah, I had to think
You
about
doing
it.
a pinky diddle?
Well, you had to think about it. All right.
My favorite 1920s jitterbug
Pinky
song.
diddle.
The pinky diddle.
Everybody's doing a pinky diddle.
Do the pinky diddle. Interesting
All right, so I
theory.
can bust ass to get back to my penis.
Yeah, because you know, like,
Penis time.
Bust ass.
you
go
know what
bust
you
something
got to
else.
get done.
Worst hammer singer of all time.
How's it go?
Penis time.
You don't even know the
All
song.
around the world, from London to L.A.
Wow. Penis, go.
I grab my penis and play.
Okay. And let's go from.
Tingly mumps.
Now I can't say what I was going to say.
What are you gonna say?
Well, we're going to talk about middle schoolers. Dear flying crowds. Rumble stairs.
Wait, your mom was back there? But I'll eat their hot dogs that's spinning around on that little. It looks like Mitch McConnell's dong.
What are you, Dennis
Hard
Miller
to worse
today?
than Mitch McConnell's dong. I'll tell you that.
Bad.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, a creep cap on CMF. Story this week in the Democrat Chronicle about a man named Bobby Haddon.
Bobby Head?
Yep, he's a Rochester resident.
Yeah.
And his entire life has been in pursuit of fancy crimes to commit, at least according to the story.
Like high end stuff?
All right, well, I'm going to give you the rundown.
All right.
Are you ready?
All right.
Buckle up. In 1968, at 21 years old, he used counterfeit bills to pay for a dinner and buy stuff at Woolworths that got him arrested, as far as we know, for the first time.
All right, he was a counterfeiter.
You got it. In 1970, he was arrested after his car broke down and police found him with burglary tools inside the car. In the early 1980s, he went to jail on weapons charges, and while inside, was accused of burglaries involving high-end jewelry joints where the phone lines were cut in buildings he allegedly entered.
Man, this dude was all pro.
He once used a chainsaw, according to DNC, to try and cut down a phone line, only to accidentally hit a power line, causing a blackout. in the
Jesus,
area.
lucky he didn't die.
In 1992, he was caught on the roof of an Olive Garden, burglary tools in hand. In the late 1990s, he was part of a team that stole nearly $2 million
That's a heist.
in diamonds, rubies, and other precious stones from a jewelry store, where police say his job was to cut away a section of a secure door with a torch.
So he's a cut man.
It seems like he's got a bunch of different jobs.
Yeah.
But all of them involve cutting something.
Yes, yeah. Some well, some
Yeah.
not. So that last crime in the late 90s,
The $2 million heist.
you got it. He got 9 years for that.
So was that local or was that somewhere else?
So some of these were local, some of these happened in Florida. It seems like he moved around a little.
Okay.
But he is a Rochester guy.
Yeah.
And we know that. I'll tell you why in a sec. So he got 9 years for the $2 million heist, and he got out in 2008, kept himself out of trouble for a while. That is, until recently.
The lure of the crime called him.
At 76 years old,
Wow.
Bobby Haddon was recently arrested in Florida, accused of stealing high-end liquor from several stores.
Damn.
He was pulled over, and inside his car, detectives say they found a bottle of 25-year-old Macallan single malt whiskey,
How much?
$2,600.
Good damn.
He's been arrested, and it seems because of his rap sheet, they locked him up.
Okay, so he's doing Florida time.
He's currently sitting in jail, 4 years short of 80 years old, on $50,000 bond.
He's 10 years out of retirement.
Well, not in this business,
Right.
baby. So listen, if you have a chance, go to the DNC's website. Gary Craig wrote it. He's a great writer. They talked to detectives from back in the day in Rochester who know this guy. They got great stuff. They talked about his potential mob ties from back in the day. Brilliant story. And Gary, yesterday on Twitter, told us that he found out about this story because some anonymous former police officer, he believes, sent him a letter on teakwood through the mail.
Wait,
What?
teakwood?
You heard like a thin piece of teakwood through the mail, letting him know that this
That's a
man had
thing?
been arrested again. It's a great read.
How is this not on Netflix?
Give it time. It just happened.
What a story.
But when it comes to this man at
Yeah.
76 who cannot give up his life of crime.
But by the way, it sounds like he's lucid. I mean, he's got it going on.
Well, if he was a little more lucid, maybe he wouldn't have got caught.
True.
Tommy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You heard his rap sheet. You know, he's an older cat, which I know, guys like you love to wrap your arms around that guy. Is this guy cool or is he a piece of crap?
He's a cool piece of crap.
Can't have it both ways. When you sit on the fence, all you do is end up with a sore crotch. Write that down.
I mean, it is. He's a piece of crap. I mean, he's nothing but a common. Well, he's not even a common.
No, he's not common. No.
He's high end.
Yeah. $2 million.
I think it comes
Right, but
down.
he's a crap.
Would you brag about knowing this guy?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so then you would think he's cool.
Yeah, you don't think he's a piece of crap. You don't brag about knowing pieces of what you
Well.
do. Most people don't brag about knowing pieces of crap.
Everybody that knows somebody that's a piece of crap brags on their. If you got good crap, you brag.
No, but brag and crap don't go together. People crap on pieces of crap. They don't brag about pieces of crap. You would brag about this.
Yeah, I mean, I've told you guys that I've run into that I knew that had a past, and I go, hey, you know who I ran into?
And you brag about him?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do. And they are. That one guy's dangerous.
Kivy?
Yeah.
Is this man cool
I
or
mean,
a piece of crap?
I think it comes down to like I wouldn't want to be around that person, so I'm gonna
Maybe
say
he's not
piece of crap.
violent.
Well, no, I know,
He
but
did
I
get
just
arrested
I
on
don't.
weapons charges back in the day.
Yeah,
he
I don't
didn't do
I don't
that
I
want
love how like,
to.
you just heard this guy's story for the first time ever, and you're going to tell me about
He
him.
could have just been hustling at him,
Hustling at him?
He was selling him out of his trunk.
It's a fun story to look at from afar.
All right.
I don't.
But you're
I don't
not
know.
totally calling him a piece of crap, then. If you
No,
could enjoy his story from afar.
But I think if I knew them, I'd be like, yeah, they're probably a piece of crap.
So I use what do you use to measure piece of crap? Because everybody has
The
that
piece of crap
person-
meter?
Well, yeah, because everybody could say, well, this person's a piece of crap. Do they meet that criteria?
Okay, the phone number is 252-WCMF 252-9263. That's a great question. If you're asking me, my piece of crap meter
Your top guy.
is
He dings the bell
Yep.
at the fair.
continually failed to learn their lesson.
I'm talking about an actual person I can name.
Oh, wait, the biggest piece of crap? Well, bro, I mean, people who kill people, obviously.
Yeah.
Like,
But like in general, like a household
Like
piece
murder.
of crap.
I mean, who's the most infamous murderer right now?
I don't even. For me right now, it's Cosby.
Okay, no, that's a good
I
one.
put
That's
I
a good
put
one.
Cosby
Yeah.
when you say piece of crap.
Okay, all right.
Knew what he was doing and did it anyway.
Okay, great call.
Right, and didn't need to do it.
Okay.
Right, he's a rich man. You can't say he was desperate or anything else. This guy had it all and decided,
It's hard-
I want to do this.
It's hard for you to wrap your head around the motive.
Right.
Is what you're saying.
So he's my top O piece of crap.
Okay, that's fair. That's a fair statement.
And this
No,
guy don't even come
no,
close,
but
man.
when you do it in that way, yes, there's always worse people.
When you hit the sledgehammer at the state fair, you come up weakling.
No, but like here's the thing: if you were to judge everybody based on the crimes you just described, nobody's a piece of crap.
Well,
I'm saying, on an everyday basis. Look, I think you can judge piece of crap in all sincerity. Like, I personally, people make mistakes. We've all made mistakes, right?
Yeah.
And there are people that make a handful of mistakes and eventually figure things out and try and be better people,
Yeah.
or at least people that aren't going to hurt folks in
Yeah.
negative ways. If you go your whole life having never learned that lesson, you're a piece of crap.
you're a piece of crap. But I guess I don't see anything cruel about this person. Like, there's certain people that do things that are cruel, just to be cruel. I mean, based on what you told me, he's just a thief. He's just looking for money.
So you're telling me you respect this guy?
No.
Sounds like
but,
you respect
but
him.
we don't know who he associated himself with. We don't know what he did for other people. That
Keep in mind, Kimmy's right. This is just
Yeah.
what he was
Right,
arrested
right.
and convicted of.
because they
Right.
said may have ties to other things.
Okay, well, we don't know. We can only judge people on what we know.
Well, listen, I'm only
May the
going to
rest
judge
be
him.
stricken for the record.
I'm going to judge him based on what I think is cool and keep it that way.
Well, like, let me ask you this. So if you work with a guy like that,
Yes.
and he comes to work one day, and he's got a nice watch, he goes, hey, man, I got me a Rolex.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Straight up uncut Rolex?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sell it to you.
Buy a hot Rolex?
Yeah. What's a Rolex go for? 10G?
I mean, anywhere between 10, 20, yeah. 20.
$500.
First of all, I think he's ripping me off. But even if it
It's
is
a
authentic-
straight up authentic Rolex for $500. $100. Didn't take it off anybody's arm. Stole it from some chain jewelry store.
Chain jewelry store? What are you talking about?
Doesn't pay their employees very well.
I love how you have to
Gets
have these
tax breaks and then leaves the state after the 10 years.
Selfishly, I would be afraid the police are going to confiscate that Rolex after
But
I
you
buy
think about it.
No, I wouldn't want it. I don't want to get wrapped up in that stuff, man. I know you used to buy stolen stuff all the time, and you still would. Fine.
Bro, I got that Sony Trinitron TV.
And one of these days, after 40 years, you'll remember how to pronounce the name of the television. Trinitron.
Trinitron.
252 to BCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this Rochester resident, former Rochester resident. His name's Bobby Haddon. He has lived a life of crime from 1968 through the 70s.
He's a granddaddy.
Yeah, into the 90s and in the early 2000s.
So he started stealing before Nixon was in office. He was stealing during LBJ.
The Beatles were still together.
The Beatles are still coming up.
Yeah, well,
it was 67.
No, 68.
You said he started at 67?
I said 68. He was 21 years old.
All
That's
right.
when he first shows up using counterfeit bills to buy dinner at a Woolworths.
All right, yeah, all right. So, all right.
By the way, he was at a Woolworths. That
All right.
lets you know how long he's been in the game.
Super Bowl 1 or 2?
Might have been 3, 68. 60, not 2, it's 2.
67
it's 2.
was 1, so yeah.
252 WCMF, but he keeps going through. He was just recently arrested in Florida at 76 years old.
That's got to be every criminal's dream to, move to Florida, still be in the game and get arrested in a warmer state.
Yeah, but he's locked up on $50,000 bond 4 years short of his 80th birthday.
But he's going to grandpa jail.
No, you just go to – they don't have grandpa jail.
They got the soft grandpa food.
Okay. Here's the thing. As we have this debate about if you respect him or not, if he's a piece of crap, if he's cool, if he's an anti-hero or a criminal. Crime stories like this are very weird because at this moment, Tommy, folks in the greater Rochester area are up in arms over crime.
Oh, sure.
Shoplifting has caused the Monroe County Sheriff's Department to change their policies. You got regular-ass folks trying to run people down in parking lots they suspect of shoplifting. The state this week put out numbers touting all their car stealing task force and how much stuff they got back. Did you see that story?
Yeah.
All of the stuff they recovered. And if you read on Facebook, Tommy, you'd think these criminals have overrun Rochester and we are living in a hellscape, right?
Yeah.
But those same people who are furious with the state of crime in our community, look at this guy with a smile on their face.
It is weird.
Why?
I guess because, he's like a jewel thief.
That's all you got?
Well, I mean, some of these, people are complaining now, people just walk in and grab stuff and walk out of the store.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, this guy was, cutting locks, coming in through the roof in the middle of the night.
And
I mean, it's almost like Hollywood.
But what did he do after that, though?
Well, he stole. He stole.
Like, what is the difference between someone running into Wegmans?
One sounds more romantic to the common person that grew up watching these things in the movies.
You're still stealing.
You are.
Right? And here's the thing. He's stealing stuff that's way more valuable than a $300 card of meat.
So one of my dad's favorite shows when I was a kid was called It Takes a Thief.
Okay.
And it was a story about the government hired this guy to steal things that they wanted. But he was a thief that they brought over from the other side to steal for the good people now.
Gotcha. Oh, he's stealing for good.
Stealing for the government.
Gotcha.
So my father loved this movie, even though the guy was a thief. Instead of going to jail for life, the government gave him the option, come work for us. And people loved that movie. Or TV show.
Look, I understand the romance of it, right? Like, you hear the details we gave you a second ago about this 76-year-old now in jail, former Rochester resident, right? Like, it's Ocean's 11.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Like, it's that everyone that has a crime fantasy, this is your crime fantasy. You want to be that guy. But at the same time, you can't get on the neighborhood app and scream that society's going to hell. Like, this guy's pretty cool, doing the exact same thing.
But we've always had a love-hate romance with criminals in this country because we idolize some in the movies.
Yeah.
And to your point, and other ones are just dirtbags. But to your point, yes, they are all taking stuff they didn't earn.
I mean, it goes past...
including Wall Street.
It goes past stuff like this where you can make the argument the man never hurt anybody, at least that we know of. And I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. I'll get to you in a second.
We're going to meet somebody who went to school with him. You know that.
That's cool.
Oh, it's possible.
Yeah. I want to hear it. There was that story from that mobster back in the day in Rochester. He was at a halfway house in Florida last year.
Oh,
and he escaped.
yeah.
You remember that guy? Excuse me, guy. People did the same romantic story for him, and that man killed multiple people.
Oh, yeah.
And was one of the FBI's most wanted for 2 years while he was on the run. That guy killed people.
Bad people.
Murdered. You don't know that.
We have no idea.
He murdered who they paid him to murder.
I don't know.
Right? Like, you don't know. And by the way, again, we only know about the guys they convicted him of murdering.
Yeah, true.
Right? But that guy, wow, cool. That's awesome. Put that meat back in the counter. Let's talk to Ashley, 252 WCMF. Hey, Ash, what's going on?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
I called, and as soon as I was called, you guys started talking about my point, and I just feel like this guy, the story that you summarized to us from the DNC, it just kind of sounds like they're romanticizing him a little bit, like an Ocean's 11, no,
let me be clear.
Brad Pitt type of guy.
I do want to be clear, Ashley. The way the story is written, it does not romanticize what he does. They talk to several former Rochester police officers. I'm telling you, it's worth the read. Go to the website and check it out. Like, these police officers are telling you what a piece of crap this guy was back in the day. And it's hard to argue based on his rap sheet. But, Ashley, do you look at this? Sorry, go ahead.
So when we talk about it and we're like, oh, is he a piece of crap? Like, how high is he on the piece of crap? Or is he a cool guy? Like, I don't know. Like, would you ever think of George Clooney on Ocean's 11 as being a piece of crap? But
it's too handsome.
I think I kind of agree with Kimmy. If I knew him, I probably would think he was a piece of crap. But from afar, it's kind of man, this guy's kept up with his passion of burglary for so long.
Definitely dedication.
Even I don't keep up with a hobby for that long.
All right, Ashley, let me ask you a question. How
So
old are
she
you?
always finds the story kind
I'm
of sexy.
34.
All right, that's what I'm getting at. So you're 34 years old. You got a boyfriend, husband. What's the sitch?
I've got a husband.
All right, so let's say you're single right now, Ashley, 34 years old. You're out at a bar. Guy, 34 years old, same age, walks in, hair slicked back. Cheap suit, but it looks good on him. And you find out that man's been arrested 3 separate times for high-end jewelry robbery. He wants to buy you a drink and talk to you. You taking that drink?
Yeah, I'm definitely taking
that. That makes you a bad person, Ashley. You're a hypocrite, Ashley.
She might get a tennis
story.
bracelet out of it.
I mean, I also grew up idolizing Robin Hood, so I don't know. Who knows?
Okay.
Gotta give him a chance.
Ashley, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Even there, she calls up to be like, man, they made this guy sound romantic. And at the end, she's having a drink with the criminal.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, look, this guy isn't Robin Hood, though.
We don't know what he did with all whatever, we don't know the result of that crime.
Robin Hood is a story of wealth redistribution.
Right.
Right? He steals from the rich and he gives to the poor. This guy was stealing from the rich. End of story. Let's take one more call, 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 76-year-old man from Rochester. He's been burglarizing, committing crimes since 1968, according to the story in the DNC written by Gary Craig. He was just recently arrested at 76 years old for allegedly stealing high-end bottles of booze. Police say they found in his car a $2,600 bottle of Macallan whiskey.
Ooh, nice.
Bill's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Billy boy, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Bill. What do you got?
I would have been a sheriff's cell with this guy and be 20-some years old. The stories, you wouldn't believe the stories he would have. You'd be like, it just would be quite interesting. I mean, he is a piece of crap, but it'd be interesting to, hear the stories.
He's a piece of crap, but he's an interesting piece of crap.
But Bill, even you're teetering on the kind of, you kind of sense a little respect. I feel a little respect coming from you, Bill.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't, like I say, you wouldn't believe him, and it would be someone younger would look up to him and be like, oh, he did this he made it through, 70-some years of living like this, so.
Yeah, but he also may have done a combined 20 years in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Bill, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. It's funny, even if they're more of a piece of crap than this guy, that person also has interesting stories.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a reason why there's 17 CSIs on TV after football tonight.
And all of them have a rapper from the 90s on it for some reason. All right, everybody at home, we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. It's been a freaking week, man.
What happened?
Earlier this week, I wake up to a flat tire.
Yeah.
I get the Uber ride from hell. I'm doing 1,000 miles an hour into work. I go sit and get all this stuff done afterwards. Insane. Right? So I'm figuring we're coming to the end of the week. Everything's going to be good. Just the slow descent into Saturday.
Yeah.
And
chill out on the weekend.
And then last night, around 6:30, every fire truck that was ever built was out in front of my house.
I know, and I saw you put it online. It was shocking.
The actual incident wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Everyone is safe. Everyone's okay. It's everything.
The response.
Kimmy.
Got to be prepared, Pat.
Kimmy, how is everyone so bad at dealing with things happening in the moment? Short of the first responders.
Yeah.
Everybody else, you got to be kidding me.
All right.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You want to talk about excitement on a Thursday night.
Oh, what happened?
And no, I'm not talking the NFL Pro Bowl skills competition.
Yeah.
We're talking fire trucks and insanity.
Wow.
Because as amazing as the folks who showed up to our home last night.
Your home.
Yep, my home, my personal home, in our moment of need, as great as they were. This situation creates a hell of a problem, not only in the neighborhood, but in your relationship. You're hanging out in the break room. It's just classic rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. I'm having a week, man.
Yeah, you're having a rough go.
Told you earlier this week, I came outside 2:30 in the morning, flat tire on the back of my car. I had to take an Uber into work. It was the Uber ride from hell. He was doing 70 miles an hour down East River Road. I thought I was going to die, right? But we're coming to the weekend last night. My daughter's got hockey practice. So my oldest has hockey, and I'm playing beer league hockey after her practice is over. Okay. So my wife, she's working. I got to get dinner ready for my youngest, and my wife have it on the table ready to go. So with my wife like 15 minutes away from the house, I am about to leave to take my oldest to the rink.
Yeah.
And my youngest is going to be home alone for maximum 10 minutes.
It's a perfect window.
Tommy, food is done. Stove is off. Triple check. Bags are packed for the ice. We are good to go. Bang. So I get out on the road, and about 3 minutes away from my house, I get a call from my youngest, and she is freaking out.
So what happened?
She spilled an entire bottle of seltzer on the stove.
But I wouldn't think that would do anything.
It did a lot, actually.
Is seltzer that bad for the stove?
Look, this is all news to me.
All right.
The stove starts going nuts. She says it's sparking, it's flaming, and it's clicking. And she goes, I think I smell gas. And she's panicked. So I go, all right, it's okay.
Jesus Christ.
So I'm trying to calm her down. I go outside. Stand in the driveway. I will be home in 3 minutes. So I, Steve McQueen, Vin Diesel, spin the car around, right? And I get in the driveway. She's standing there, and she's bawling her eyes out.
Yeah, she's got to be terrified.
Very scared. So I calm her down real quick, try to. I go in, I check it out, and I smell something too. But I don't know if it's the stove or like something's like burning.
Burning seltzer.
Exactly. So I noticed that the middle knob to the gas is turned up, and I don't know if it like sparked that way. I don't know.
You know
if
your knobs.
Bottle might have knocked it. Yeah. So I go to turn it back down to turn off the gas. And as I do that, these massive flames shoot out from the knob.
Like around your hand?
Yes. I freak out.
Yeah.
So
I'm out of the house, man.
Now I'm convinced I smell gas.
Ass cheeks and elbows out of that house, baby.
All right, so now I'm out in my driveway with my girls, and I got to call the fire department.
No kidding.
I have to call the fire department. Meanwhile, my wife is still 5 minutes away from home, and I want to make sure that she doesn't pull into the driveway to all this chaos without knowing. So first, I call 911, and they're on it. And then right after that, I call my wife.
All right.
And I tell her right away the entire issue.
Yeah.
So you remember yesterday, at this exact time, we talked about a man who had a house fire in Farmington while his wife was out of town.
Right.
Yep.
And we discussed how when something happens when your wife is out of town, no matter if it was your fault or not, your wife will blame you.
Yep.
Big time that energy over the phone from my wife. Big time. So, as I'm diffusing that bomb, the fire department shows up. And when I say the fire department shows up, I mean every fire truck that has ever been produced in the history of America is in front of my house.
There's a parade down your street.
There's like 4 trucks, full lights. There's 2 SUVs. 2 police officers show up. My entire street.
Everybody lit up.
Everybody's now wants. All your neighbors have to. Let me try this again. All your neighbors want to know what's going on. Now everybody's curious.
Yeah, so the whole neighborhood's lit up.
So, okay, but like, Kimmy, even before we get to my
night,
neighbors.
right?
Yes, exactly. Like, it's literally the entire street is just first responder
Yeah, I would
vehicles.
think there's like some kid down the street that's like really sick and they're doing a parade for him.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
So I'm standing in my driveway holding my basset hound. It's insanity. And to be honest, it was a little embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, like they have to be there. They're doing a great job and everything, but like
But you also don't know what's going on here.
Sure. No, I'm not faulting them. I'm not faulting them. So because of that, exactly what Kimmy just said, here come the neighbors.
Yeah.
Everyone is out of their house and they're just watching.
Prime time.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
And I feel like an idiot. Like an idiot. So the guy from across the street very kindly comes over to see if there's anything he can do for us.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. And then after he goes, the rest of them trickle in. But here's the thing, man. Here's my question.
What's up?
Do you really want to help me? Or are you just over here to get the details about what's going on with the fire trucks?
Oh.
Just making sure everything's okay.
So
and
what happened?
Getting some gossip in the process.
Yes, I'm pretty sure, Kimmy, it was the second one.
Yeah.
Like, you just wanted the gossip. You came over here praying I would say, no, we're good, so that you could hit me with the follow-up question. So what happened?
Yeah, you're a gawker.
Exactly. And then you could scurry back over to the rest of the group of neighbors so you could be the reporter to tell them what's going on.
I see this. I'm coming out.
Okay, so the funniest
Slippers
thing.
and overcoat. I'm out.
So I have these neighbors next to me, and I very rarely talk to them. They're nice people, will wave, but you know me, I'm kind of...
Yeah, standoffish, snotty.
They're standing at the property line, just staring. Like they're 15 feet from me, and they didn't say a word. They're just staring at my house and all the fire trucks. And I, like, wave to them, and they're, and then they go back to staring. So then my wife, now I get that coming
But she hasn't
home-
been home yet.
No, well, she pulled in the driveway.
So she's rolling into all this.
She pulled in the driveway right as the fire trucks were coming in.
my
She
God.
puts the girls in the car with my other dog, who, although tiny, fierce.
Yeah.
And they're sitting and waiting. So my wife notices the police officer's now walking up the driveway.
Yeah.
And she waves me over to the car.
Yeah.
Like I'm, the valet. And she rolls down the window.
Kind of are.
She rolls down the window. And she tells me, my wife, that my job as the man of the house is to go talk to those police officers about what's happening.
Well, they're going to tell you anyway. I'm assuming that as the homeowner, they're going to go, hey, this has happened. Don't go in. Blah, blah,
But
blah, blah.
she might also expect you to have questions.
I don't have any questions.
What questions are there to have?
I'm guessing,
I don't
like,
know how this
I bet
stuff
you if
works.
you ask these guys, like, every time they show up to something like this, like, because you know how everybody kind of wants to be the expert of their own
Yeah.
home. Like,
Yeah.
they kind of get, like, those questions, like, well, was it? And then they try to, like, throw out terms that they think the firefighters
Alright,
would
maybe.
know.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Kind of be
Like,
like,
I don't
a
know how-
know-it-all in the situation.
I don't know how gas gets to my house.
To,
I don't know where gas comes from.
It's piped into your what?
I don't know how it gets there.
You serious?
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you know what gas is? Do you know where they get it from?
The ground, the pipes.
I
the
don't
gas?
know.
How did you not know that?
I don't
You didn't
know.
You didn't know there's a gas hookup where it comes from.
I don't know how it doesn't blow up my house every time. I don't know how you could just have a little bit of gas and it's fine,
Okay.
but a little bit more gas it blows up the house. But you can have a pilot light on all the time and that doesn't do anything.
Pilot light isn't the gas.
No, it's what keeps the pilot light on.
Okay, but it's just, how are you comfortable turning on the stove if you feel this way?
I'm ignorant.
Okay. So Kimmy,
Yeah.
I talked to the firefighters in the beginning.
Okay.
They asked me the questions. I
Yeah.
gave them the answer. Look, they're here to do their jobs. I don't want to
yeah.
get in the way.
And they'll tell you.
And I backed off, right? My wife is in the car while all of this is happening, telling me, you have to go talk to these police officers. And I tell her, no, that makes no sense because there's nothing they can do now. The fire department is inside the house, and I don't want to be that dick. Like you said, hey, officers, I own the house. Let's
I
have
also
it.
know what I'm talking about.
Chatty Chad police officer time. I'm the son of a cop. I would watch these idiots do this to my dad all the time.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that dick.
Okay.
Right?
So what happened?
So did she just feel funny because nobody was talking to them?
But nobody know. They went up and talked to the firefighters to see what was going on.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
You know, like first responders will do.
They're still responding.
She got upset with me.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
maybe she felt like somebody, like one of the homeowners, should be a part of the conversation. Is
Why?
I don't know, because they're at your house.
I gave you the details. I gave these guys the details. Like, I don't need to insert myself into first responder standing in my driveway talk.
Yeah, so you know what your wife was looking for, what all wives are looking for?
What's that?
Who's at fault here? Let's get to the bottom of this.
So let's talk about that.
Because she's looking for fault, as all moms and wives do.
Sure. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, in the 5 minutes she was home alone last night, my youngest spilled an entire bottle of seltzer into our stove. It started freaking out.
Man, I ate your daddy's seltzer.
By the way, I'm very anti-seltzer, which I also brought up
I was
yesterday.
surprised your kids are into seltzer.
They love seltzer. Well, our house is it's like a pyramid of seltzer at all times.
Man, it's like the
Seltzer's
worst.
big.
So I rush home. I get the kids out of the house. I go to do this thing. The stove flames up on me when I try to fix it. I got to call the fire department. I call my wife, this and the
Yeah.
other thing. So let's talk about blame. I was not home when this happened.
Right.
So it cannot be my fault. And my wife, fully aware that my 11-year-old was going to be home for 10 minutes
Yeah.
while I was taking my oldest one to practice, right? She can't be mad at my youngest because my youngest is super responsible. So responsible, in fact, that she was able to avoid this massive problem, get out of the house, call me, take care of everything, right? So it's got to be my fault.
Oh, it's all you.
But I don't know how it's how is it my fault?
It's not, but it is. Because somebody has to have the wrath of mom. And mom's going to take it out on somebody.
There was a solid hour last night. until everything calmed down, where like I could tell my wife was furious with me, but I couldn't figure out why. What did I do? Because I got back real quick, and I got the kids in the driveway. I got the dogs out of the house. I tried to fix the situation myself. It went poorly. I called 911. We got them in there to make sure everything's fine. Like, I thought I did everything the right way.
But you see, you can't yell at a stove. It does no good.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Well, but so that misdirected energy is going to go always to your ass.
Did she not want to leave your daughter home alone?
No. I mean, this is something that's like, again, she'll stay home for 10 minutes, like in between. This has happened before. She's very responsible.
Where were you going?
Up until the seltzer bottle comes out.
Were you going somewhere where she didn't want you to be going?
No, I was taking my other kid to hockey practice.
Okay.
You're doing nothing but dad stuff.
It was Dad Fest 2024 last night.
I didn't know if you were on your way to your own hockey
But do you
game.
understand what she's doing here?
What?
She's trying to poke holes in your story. You're doing a mom thing.
Well, no, I was
Where were you
asking.
going?
I was asking only because I didn't know
mother.
if you were going somewhere that she didn't really want you to go, and then like it kind of came out as her anger came out in a different direction.
Here's what I always think. Anytime in any of my marriages, I've been in trouble. And I've been summoned to my wives. It's I guess it's what it's like going into Putin's office when you're in trouble. Like, your ass is going out a window. Like, say your piece. She don't care. Yes, very interesting. Yes. The stove's very tricky with the young ones. Yes. Go in room, wait, and we will talk to you soon. But everything is good. Your family be fine.
And like, what's funny, man, you got to keep the peace in a marriage sometimes, right? So I'm not going to get mad. I understand that coming home to all of this is really intense after a long day of work. Fine.
Yeah.
And an hour after, when everything settled down and everything was cool, my wife comes to me and she puts her arms around me and she goes, "Thank you for making sure everything
okay,
was
well, that's
safe."
cool.
Yeah. But like, it took every fiber of my being to not look at my wife and be like, "Where was this an hour ago? We got home. Remember when the fire trucks were here? They don't just circle looking for a thing."
Right.
I had to call
looking for
them.
busy work. Because I flipped the script. Okay? Think if you're rolling home and she was dealing with this.
Yep.
Like, she'd be crying.
100%.
She would be traumatized.
I would understand.
And you would have to basically calm her down.
Yeah.
As most husbands, but any husband would have to do.
Yes.
And you couldn't say a damn word.
Ooh.
You'd almost have to say, "Baby, I wish I was here."
And you would have to say, "Baby."
Yeah. Oh, you got to babe it up.
Baby.
You gotta wife it down, and you gotta babe it up. Know that, because it's all your fault.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Party Boat Mark. Hey, Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Okay, so a few things I have to talk about here. For one, she wouldn't be crying because she would have figured out how to turn the gas off.
Okay.
For two, I'm so glad you didn't go up to those officers to find out what they were discussing, because they were probably all saying what kind of a moron Pat Duffy was.
Okay, so here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. I
Because
know how
he
to
doesn't
turn
know
my
how to
gas
turn
off.
the gas off.
I know how to turn my gas off when I touch the stove and there's flaming balls coming out.
Yeah.
I'm getting out of the effing house, Mark.
You unplug it and you turn the gas off. Done deal. There's no waiting at the end of the driveway.
Okay, so I just want to be clear here. I just want to be clear here. When the difference between you and me when it comes to potential house full of gas and flames shooting out of the stove, your plan is, here's what I'll do. I'll just continue to go through the effing house and hope to God nothing explodes
No kidding.
with my children in the driveway while they watch their father explode into a million pieces.
You're fine. The stove isn't going to put off that much gas.
How do you know that?
Oh, you remember those stories, Tommy, where houses explode from the gas coming out of the stove, and they go, "It wasn't the stove, it was just the stove."
And by the way, all those houses only exploded in Indiana.
Like, you're worse than neighbor Dick. You're after the fact, full scary situation. Well, here's what I do. Let me do.
No, but you got to know how to think in circumstances like that, and your brain just doesn't work like that for some reason.
But he was also, I guess, walking into a situation where you didn't really know what happened.
I know seltzer stove. That's all I know.
Like, you weren't there when things went wrong. So yeah, I don't know how long this thing has been leaking gas or whatever it's doing. So smart move, Mark. Is everybody out of the house?
No,
Let
Mark.
the experts handle
Mark's
this one.
army crawling in there. He's finding his gas. He's turning it off. He's taking a steak knife. He's putting it in his mouth. He's army crawling back the other way in case a criminal breaks in. Great call, though, Mark. Have a good rest of the day.
See ya.
Bye, Mark. His elbows would be killing him. He's a big boy.
Oh, when he goes apocalypse, Mark.
Yeah, there's one other thing that kind of bothered me a little bit.
What?
Right? There's 20 firefighters in my driveway.
Oh, so your fantasy finally showed up at the door.
Well, look, man, I'm not the one putting out shirtless firefighter calendars. Made me feel something I didn't understand.
Okay.
So there's one guy standing there, and it gets to the point where you realize everything's fine.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's awkward. It's embarrassing. I do feel emasculated.
Yeah.
Right? Like, hey, real men, come take care of this. I'm going to stand here and hold my basset hound. So I'm looking at all the fire trucks, and I ask one of the guys standing there in the driveway, we're shooting the you-know-what. I go, man, a lot of firefighters here. And he goes, yes. And I go, you guys not have a lot going on tonight? Well, we send all these firefighters to make sure everyone's... I was just joking. I'm sorry, man.
So you got to be a jackass in your own
what
life.
am I supposed to say? Like, you cut the tension with humor. That's what we do. It's like, sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just going to go.
Wise ass Pat.
Oh, if anyone needs me, I'll be down on my knees with my basset hound, making sure he doesn't run back in the house like a complete idiot.
Oh, when you said that, I thought something else was going to happen.
Let's take a break.
No.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Wait, Christmas is over.
Oh, no, I'm not talking that. It's the most wonderful time of the year for Kimmy and I. This is your season of obligation. And in fact, this obligation is going to get worse for the folks that don't want these things. And those are a small amount of people because they're delicious.
What's the obligation?
Not only will you be getting knocks at the door and will you have to walk past these girls, it turns out that
it's now
any member of your family that wants to sell you cookies, no matter where in the country that they are, now have that opportunity.
Wait, they can grab me globally?
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is great news for the overwhelming majority of people that will hear us.
Fantastic.
It's a burden for bitches like you. And if you're if you're one of the rare people like Tommy who's like, I don't want any part of this.
I don't act like that.
That burden got a hell of a lot worse this year.
Oh, what?
You're hanging out in the break room on It's Just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. It's Girl Scout cookie season.
Man, oh, God.
The Western New York Girl Scouts kicked it off this week, which means not only will you have little girls knocking on your door to try to sell you cookies, you'll have to walk past gaggles of them in front of stores and sporting events and community things and schools and stuff like that. And you go, you're the only person I know that doesn't get super excited about Girl Scout cookies.
They're not good
Shut up.
cookies.
Yeah, they've only existed for
dry
100 years.
What are you talking about?
They're dry-ass box cookie.
Hey, dry-ass box never kept anyone away from your mom.
We're talking about Girl Scouts right now?
No, I was talking about your mom's dry-ass box. Oh, come on! Come on! Really?
What?
She dumped it.
Why?
You can't say that.
I thought I could.
Not the way you said it.
We'll call the FCC. You're welcome, YouTube subscribers.
Just
on
in case.
The Break Room WCMF.
And here's the thing. Like, my wife always feels compelled to buy.
Okay.
And if I get stuck at the door, I buy.
Oh, no, that's
and
hard.
it's always like cash, check. But but I don't even know how you do it anymore.
$6. I don't have $6.
$6 is something. So here's what I would do.
What's
and
that?
you can't do this.
What?
Pay to go away.
What?
What if I drop you $6 and just split?
Yeah, it's called buying a box of cookies.
No,
you
I
idiot.
don't want the cookies.
Oh, my God.
I'll give you $6, you split.
Okay.
They don't do that. They won't do that.
Yeah, because they're trying to teach these girls entrepreneurship. That's why
Hey,
the cookie program exists.
How about we teach you not to be a little pain in the ass? I give you $6.
Okay.
Wow.
So
Well, you
so
just said
wanna
my
teach-
mother's
wait.
vagina.
I just want to be clear.
Nobody heard it. Just
that's-
give me in to dump it.
I just want
That,
to.
the first part.
I just want to be clear. You want to teach them that it's okay to accept money from creepy old men for nothing in return.
Right. Right.
You
That's
can't
good.
take the $6. I don't want your cookies.
Oh, that you should have dumped.
Yeah, it's called 6 and split.
So here's the thing.
What?
You're pissed about the door-to-door.
And they always come on Sunday.
Yeah, the kid's off of school.
I know, but it usually it's around cocktail time. It's like the most inconvenient time.
Oh, my God. Is that hard for you that this little girl who is really excited about selling you
By
cookies
the way,
is knocking on your
do
door?
you even get any at your door? I mean, you live in like an older neighborhood.
Yeah,
right?
but we get
You don't get a lot of kids.
We get some coming in. Out
Outsiders.
of neighborhood
All
people.
right.
Shut up.
You know what I'm saying?
Smart business move on their part.
So past the knock on your door, which you hate, past you having to shield your eyes away from these kids. Would you like to buy cookies when you're walking in the store? This year, it's going to get even more
So
inconvenient.
you're saying it sounds like a global reach.
Well, national, because I believe Girl Scouts are just an American thing.
Yeah.
But all Girl Scouts this year can now sell their cookies not only in person, but also online.
So if you're an out-of-town grandparent, you are effed.
Grandparent, aunt, uncle.
You're effed.
You got friends that have kids. So, yeah, if you have someone from out of town that is a Girl Scout, you're going to get that pitch from that kid because the kid has to give you the pitch. In fact, my niece made the call last week because they started a week earlier in Philly, and we got our cookies 2 days ago.
So how do you it's all online then?
Yeah, so they'll put either you can order it online in their name or they will put the order for you and they'll ship it to your house.
Look at this racket.
And it comes in like a fun cookie box, too.
What a racket, though.
Bro,
Why? It's easier for everybody.
Is it easier for them to separate you from your cookie money?
Oh, my God, bro. It supports young girls. It teaches them entrepreneurship. What's the problem?
Does it really?
Yes, it does.
It teaches you how to move other people's cookies.
You don't think it takes confidence for a 6, 7, 8, 9-year-old girl to knock on your creepy-ass door and try and sell you a box of cookies?
Bob, listen, hey, God bless you kids. Prove me wrong.
What? Prove me wrong? What? You think
You're
they're
all not going to
failures?
be Oprah.
I don't think Oprah was a Girl Scout.
She was.
How do you know that?
Oprah was a Girl Scout.
Google it.
Yeah, and so yes,
Google
I
it.
just asked, how do you know that? That's all I ask.
I think she brought it up a couple of times. How
See, there we
much
go.
it
That's how
meant
he's
to her.
lying. I think. He said, I think.
Her doing cookies taught her how to interview those royals in her fancy backyard in Bel Air.
252 WCMF. By the way, that whole mansion paid for with cookies.
Oh, yeah.
252 WCMF. It's Girl Scout cookie season in Western New York. This year, all Girl Scouts, according to the story we have, can sell their cookies not only in person but also online. So
It's an invasion.
Not only are you going to get hit up by kids in the neighborhood, you're also going to get hit up by out-of-town relatives that
Which
have Girl
really
Scouts.
sucks. Because you always thought when you're out of town, man, past the county line, you're cool.
That's my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. No cookies past the county line. Bro, Do you feel like you have to buy cookies from every girl that asks?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you get guilted into it, man. It's the biggest guilt job.
Like, can you do one nice thing in your life without bitching
I do.
about it?
I
No,
just
you
don't.
don't.
No,
Did you
I
hear
do
the last
it.
part? Did you hear the last part? Without bitching about it.
Oh, no, I'm going to bitch about it. It's my American right. Because when I lived in Webster, I bought from all the kids.
Oh, wow. Like Christ on a cross.
Hey, bro, I didn't have it.
Shut up. You weren't spending the money on furniture, that's for sure.
No,
Empty
but
rooms and your busted-ass, broke-ass carpet-stained couch.
But these kids were like cutting into my booze party money.
Yeah. Because if there's something a man in his late 40s and early 50s needs, it's booze party money for by himself in his empty house.
Yes.
Was Oprah a Girl Scout?
No.
Well, they probably covered that up.
Why would you not want Oprah to be a Girl Scout?
Reese Witherspoon was, though. Fun fact.
And look what it did for her.
Tyra Banks.
That's who I meant, Tyra Banks.
What do you mean? Why would you confuse Oprah and Tyra Banks?
They're both famous.
Yeah, but for very different
And they
things.
both have talk shows.
Yeah.
And they're both very talented.
Did you think Tyra Banks was interviewing at the Royals?
What?
Kimmy, you have to buy from every girl that asks you, right?
What do you
yes.
think? Chips Ahoy over here. She's hitting that blunt, waiting for these kids. Come on, kid, hurry up. Mama hungry. Mama
How did
hungry.
you make me sound creepy?
Mama hungry.
Yes, but I will say I have said no to a kid before.
Why?
It's the Boy Scouts. Whenever they're outside of a store
With the popcorn?
with the popcorn, I'm always like, oh, no, thank you. I just don't want it.
Okay, look.
Is that big tin of popcorn?
And I
They
feel
sell them by the
bad.
tin or
I
they sell them
feel
by the box?
terrible, but that is the one time I will say no, thank you.
Look, with all due respect.
With that separator of all three.
So I like the ones that come in the tin.
Yeah, the separator.
Yeah,
I thought that's what they sold.
That's the expensive one. No,
Yeah.
they'll also sell you boxes of microwavable popcorn. The microwavable popcorn sucks, but I always buy it. You have to buy it from the kid. It's
I
not
always
for
thought
the-
it was just the tin, so maybe that's why
The tin
I
was
always
the
said
tin's
no.
the best. You just crank that thing open.
Yeah.
Go.
And they got that orange cheese popcorn.
So you eat to the one you don't like.
Yep.
Yep.
You start with the cheese,
Yep.
and you work your way around.
Then to the caramel at the end.
Toffee.
Yeah, there it is. No, like,
You say yes to that too?
I have to. They're like,
That
there's-
one I want. That was like my favorite one when I was a fat boy.
You don't eat that stuff anymore either.
No, but
bitch.
fat boy I did.
Fat boy Tommy?
So if
Yeah.
a little kid standing outside a store said, "Hey, mister, would you like to buy some popcorn?" You say yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's more
me
expensive
all your
than
tins,
the
boy.
cookies.
Put him in my car. Chop, chop.
Kimmy,
Daddy hungry.
There is. Toki.
That's more of a commitment.
Kimmy, there's nothing a kid can knock on my door to sell me that I'm gonna say no.
Right, because you're an ass.
I've bought,
I probably, if they're at my door, I probably would feel more obligated. But if I'm just walking in and out of a store, I'll say no.
Here's what I hate, man. Like, some of these school fundraisers are so stupid. Like, sell me food. The food is easy.
Yeah.
The food can
Candy
go somewhere.
bar,
Yeah.
anything like that.
Like, I had a kid knock on my door one year to sell me wrapping paper. I had
Yeah.
to buy wrapping paper. I had a kid knock on my door one year to sell me, like, travel mugs. I had to buy a travel mug.
You remember the coupon books?
That was the best
So
one.
every
We
year
had to
I
do
had that
that as
coupon book. And I used to,
fundraisers.
so I used to just bring it in here and leave it upstairs, and it was gone immediately.
Bro, I got 15 times the value of that coupon
Yeah.
book every single year.
$1 off a milkshake.
Yeah, well,
Just
why,
order a few pizzas and you're good.
Why would I want to spend full price for a milkshake? Of course I'm going to take $1 off a
Yeah,
milkshake.
don't be a sucker when you suck it on your milkshake, sucker. Daddy, slurping it. I'm hungry.
Toki.
Slurpee.
No, I remember having to sell all that stuff as a kid
Were you
for
a
like
Girl Scout?
sports fundraisers
Oh, no,
and
like
stuff.
school stuff, right?
But I haven't seen that in a long time. Does that even still
sports
exist?
stuff?
No, like the coupon books.
The coupon
and-
books I haven't seen.
No,
I miss
or
the
like
coupon
even like
books.
the books with the wrapping paper, stuff like that, Christmas gifts.
The wrapping paper I've seen. My daughter's got one at school
Did
one year.
they?
It was just a magagazine of junk.
Well, and remember, if you
Like,
sold a
seriously, it was
certain
just-
amount, you'd get like a
Wait, Jungle
shower
Aficionado?
speaker or something. Like you would get prizes the more
Oh.
you sold.
Yeah, and it was like the words like you sell
It's the cheapest
$1,000,
stuff,
you
yeah.
get a hat.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, let's take a break. Look, we've seen people make career-ending moves, right? But a lot of the times, the career-ending move happens to someone that doesn't have a pedigree that this man has.
Oh,
because
got a name, huh?
Well, here's the thing: it involves a weapon, it involves children, it involves an elementary school.
wait, this is a somebody?
It involves the police department. Now, it's someone you haven't heard of, but where he resides, he is a somebody, or at least he was a somebody, because all they're going to remember now is this story we're about to tell you. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we all make mistakes at work.
Oh, sure.
Some of them more severe than others. But there are some folks, Tommy, who have jobs that are so important and require such a high level of safety that any mistake means not only are you out of the job right away, but this is what people will remember you for no matter what you've done previous forever.
You got to be buttoned up. You got to be tight.
Yes. Tommy, this may be one of those stories.
Oh, what happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:25, 8:30 this morning. A gentleman who just was trying to keep track of squirrels.
Of squirrels?
And here's the thing, man. I understand why you may be naive enough to think this is not against the law.
You're tracking squirrels?
We'll explain everything. But, Kimmy, even if it was not against the law, it's still very hard to explain.
Yeah, I guess it's why? Why do you want to do this?
We'll get into it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. Story happened just east of us, Tommy.
Yeah.
A school resource officer is out of a job after a very scary incident in an elementary school.
What happened?
According to News 8, the resource officer, who was armed inside of the school, decided he wanted to change from his uniform into his civilian clothes inside a staff bathroom at the end of the day.
Okay.
So everyone's gone.
All right. Seems normal.
Yeah, he goes in, changes his clothes, grabs all his stuff, and he leaves. However,
oh no,
he forgot one very important item: his police belt with his gun.
His holster.
Yes. He left his belt with the gun inside on the floor of the bathroom.
And I'm guessing it's armed.
Well, it's a gun. You know what they say?
What's that?
Don't have it if you ain't going to use it.
Okay.
So the good news.
Good news.
A school staff member found it, alerted the superintendent. No one had the gun that could have put anyone in danger. So that is a massive relief.
Yeah, but
The bad news, you left a gun on the floor of a school.
So he's screwed.
Oh, it gets worse from there. The officer who did this, according to News 8, is not only a resource officer at the school. He is a former chief of police for this town and a former town supervisor for the town of Lysander, which is about an hour east of us.
So he's worn many hats in his career.
Very important.
Probably a well-known person.
Yes, respected, upstanding jobs. And he left his gun on the floor.
Yeah.
The way this story ends, Tommy, might be the funniest part of it.
What happened?
The police chief who now works in this town says that this officer who left his gun behind, quote, handled the situation well. The chief says the officer accepted responsibility, understood the gravity of the mistake, and resigned. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
You left a gun on the floor of an elementary school.
But he's a human being.
No, that's not the thing. It's not, hey, we all make mistakes.
I know.
He said he handled it well. What was the other option other than resign from your job? What kind of balls would you have to walk into the police chief's office? Wait. Let me pitch why I shouldn't be fired for leaving my gun on the floor of an elementary school. You have sympathy?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking so the chief guy now.
Yeah.
This other dude may have brought him up the ranks.
Yeah, worked under him, sure, yeah.
Because it sounds like this guy's been around a long time.
Right, hold on, here comes Tommy doing all of the scripts from NYPD Blue he's seen throughout his life. They worked together undercover, sitting eating a powdered donut with a cup of coffee and a full cup on top of the thing. They've been through some things, man.
I've seen things. Now I feel bad for the guy. I mean, obviously it's terrible, but I can see it also happening. And I don't know how old the guy is. If he dropped it,
no, I mean he left it on the floor.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, total accident.
Yeah, sure. I'm not saying he was nefarious in any way. I'm not saying he had ill intentions.
No bad intentions. Yeah.
But you did.
I know.
You left a gun, there's very few places. Forget elementary school where you could leave a gun behind, where you'd be like, oh, well, he just left it there.
But as a parent, you get frazzled. You may have left something out.
Sure.
That the kids could have gotten a hold of. God forbid.
You know why I don't own a gun? That reason.
I know.
And here's the thing.
What?
There are some mistakes you will make at work that are so bad.
Yeah.
There's no talking your way out of it.
With the career-ending move, as you say.
You got it. There's no one else you can blame. There's no excuse you can make. You just have to come clean and hope to God that there will be some mercy in some way, right? Because now, in this specific story, the school and the police department have to get rid of this guy. You can't have him back.
Yeah.
But for some, excuse me as I burp, for some other potential career-ending moves, Tommy, there's always a small ray of hope. If I decide to come clean and admit the things I've done wrong, maybe, just maybe, they will see my humility as a bonus.
Yeah.
And give me another chance.
What is it? You throw a little mercy on the court.
Like a mistake that you
Right?
recognize, you know you did wrong, I'll
Yeah.
do better.
Tommy, does the average person have it in them to humbly admit to all they did wrong in a situation like that?
No man does. For
Really?
Sure.
Oh, you don't think
Well,
so?
you know how men are.
Well, but you can
They have
argue.
1,000, reasons why.
But you can argue that's the smartest move to make. I mean, if you're already going to lose your job, that's your Hail Mary.
What's that?
Coming clean and being
I said it, but no man has that in him. It's very hard to have that kind of humility.
Is
To
it?
admit that you screwed up and it's all your fault.
Okay, but Tommy, you don't think there are some things you can do at your job where it's not as hard as you would think? Like, I mean, if there's no one to blame.
But you.
Yeah, I mean,
You're,
like,
you're the only man standing there.
in this situation, like, give me an excuse. Let's say you're this guy, again, leaves a gun on the floor of the elementary school as the resource officer. Somebody else finds it. No one was in danger, thank God, but you can't keep the guy around.
Right.
If you're not coming clean, what's the excuse you're making to try and save your ass?
My wife has been busting my balls the time I get up to the time I put my head on that cement pillow at night.
Mm-hmm. Now you're doing
Robert
Robert Duvall from Falling Down. Okay, I see. I thought you were.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
guys just don't look for any excuse because no guy wants to be wrong.
Okay, but
Nobody guy wants to be scolded.
So is that why we see so many career-ending moves for men? Because they won't come forward and be like, "Look, I screwed up," and
They go down in flames. There's a reason why that statement exists. Going down in flames.
Okay.
But is it because, I'm wondering in some of these
Pride.
cases, like you almost believe yourself that it wasn't
yeah.
your fault. It's not even so much you're backing, you feel like you're lying about it. It's like you yourself believe that, something else caused this.
We
to
know a guy
happen.
right now whose career is tanking. It is just on fire.
Are you talking about yourself in the third person?
Maybe. And all they do is blame everybody around them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's that guy.
But I think there's an argument to be made. And again, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Even when there are other people to blame at
Yeah.
your job when something goes wrong, when you step up and go, "Hey, that was my bad,"
Oh, it's the way to do
Oh,
it.
but it shows
looks so much
leadership,
better.
right?
I know.
Like that's a
I know.
leadership move. Like,
Yeah,
I
but they're
think-
going to fire you.
maybe.
But
Maybe. Look, man.
Well, let's say you're getting fired either way. I still think it looks better on your way out if you get ahead of it. You explain what you did wrong and say, I'm sorry, and then you can put it in their hands.
But that's
right?
a tough nut to choke on. It is.
Of all of the
Yeah.
Oh, bro, it's a nut to choke on. Yeah, it's going to be the worst. It's the worst thing you're going to have to do that day, I hope.
in this specific example, you're right. Like this guy, he's done. There's nothing he can do. But there are those things where, like, we know people who have done some things in our business where it's like, whoa, and they came clean and they stood up and they put their hand up. And I think that your boss looks at you in a better light after it's over.
I also think you can't come clean later.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you have to make the decision to come clean right away because, like, let's say you make a mistake and you kind of think, well, maybe nobody will notice it for a while, and then they find it, and then you come clean. That doesn't matter.
Well,
you
yeah,
can
'cause you
just
got
do
caught.
whatever you want
You
at
got
that point.
caught.
Well,
But-
yeah, after the
But,
fact.
like, I think if you point it out right away, say, that was my mistake, I didn't realize it.
Now, maybe
that's the better way to go about it.
Maybe I'm in a minority of men, but my initial natural reaction to something like that, if I'm in trouble, is to lie.
Right up front.
Right. I mean, the lie is already in process.
Okay.
Like, the truth is, like, still napping.
But here's the thing. If you had any chance of saving yourself standing up and wearing it, this is on me, that lie completely eliminates that opportunity to stay.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right, Pat.
But that's your move.
I've had some lies that worked out for me.
Like, hey, yeah, I'm good at radio.
Not that one, but other ones. Got me through high school.
No, barely.
I got a diploma, bro, and that's all that mattered. All I know is I needed that piece of paper. I didn't need the education.
Okay. You didn't need the education.
I didn't.
You didn't need the education.
Bro, Southern school education.
This is man who just said half an hour ago, I don't know how gas gets to my stove. I don't need education.
Well, they didn't taught me no gas.
School's for suckers, man.
Yeah.
You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, you got through school, but who knows, like, if you showed a little humility, who knows where that would have gotten you.
Old man wave. There it is. 252 WCMF talking about a story just east of us. A resource officer at an elementary school is out of a job after police say he was changing from his uniform into his civilian clothes in a staff bathroom after hours. He changes, grabs his stuff, and leaves, except he forgot his police belt with the gun on it on the floor of the bathroom. A school staff member found it, alerted the superintendent. Everyone was safe the entire time. Very relief.
Thank God.
Very relief. But guy left his gun behind in the school.
Yeah.
You can't keep him around. What makes it even worse is he is a former police chief for this town and was also the town supervisor.
So he knows his stuff. This guy's buttoned up. He knows his gig.
Well, he was, and that's what sucks here, right? Like, we don't know anything about this guy, right? And again, I don't think what he did was on purpose. I don't think this makes him a bad person.
It doesn't.
He could feel the guilt of 1,000 mistakes.
Yeah.
What sucks for this story is for all of the prestige he had before, and maybe all the good things he potentially did as police chief and town supervisor, don't matter.
Oh, it's wiped out.
Oh, yeah, because this is what everybody at town is going to remember you for.
At his age, yeah.
The time you left your gun. And it's also going to have people go back and look at other things that you did in those big-time jobs.
And reread it.
Yeah, like, it's a, well, how do you put this? Retelling of history.
Yeah.
There are times, though, where making a mistake at work, which causes you to get blown out, is the best case scenario.
Oh, it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, for example.
Is that the way God opens the door or something?
Yeah, you got it. And then the gas comes in and then starts your stove. If you do something so embarrassing that your coworkers will never let you forget it, it might be better that you have to find a new place to work.
Yeah, just move on.
Well, like, it's one thing to lose the trust of the boss or management. It's another thing to completely lose the trust of the people you work around on a daily basis. Because if you know your balls are going to get busted every single day coming into work, how the hell are you supposed to do your job?
Yeah. You can't. You're dead in the water.
No, because, I mean, time can pass, but it'll always get brought up again. Like, maybe it's not always top of mind for people, but somebody's going to tell that story again.
And if it is a potential career-ending move and they let you stay, but your coworkers are going to bust your balls, it's not even like you can argue with your coworkers or defend yourself because you know you screwed up big time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, I don't want to lose my job, but I don't want to hang out with these dicks.
Especially if that mistake you made gets named after you. Like you pulled a Tommy. Because I've been at jobs where it's been named after somebody that doesn't even work there anymore.
Yeah, and you have to go back and explain that person to older people.
Pulled a Tommy.
All right, let's take a break. It's very possible that this man, older, who's in trouble, was unaware that this was illegal.
Man, how many old people are in trouble today?
They're going bad.
What happened now?
All going bad. Well, I guess he's just a wildlife person that wanted to identify things that were coming in and out of his yard.
Okay.
But even if this was...
A nature guy.
Kind of. We'll explain the story. But even if this was legal, it doesn't wipe out the fact that it's weird as hell.
Oh.
Because even Kimmy, in his explanation...
Even if you didn't interact with these things, but you had names for them...
So the relationship's
slightly weird.
It's a little too close of a relationship with these things?
I'll tell you what. We'll tell you the story, and we'll let you decide. Right. And we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are some things you don't realize are against the law.
Oh.
And it seems that's a story of one man east of us.
Whatever.
Well, it's very possible he was unaware that he was fracturing any kind of law here. However, even if that was the case, it doesn't change how freaking weird this is.
So he's like a nature boy?
Well, that's just it. I mean, it involves nature, but I don't know if it makes him a nature boy. And why, even with his explanation, doing this would make his life any easier. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Oh, sorry. Burping again. Sorry.
You good?
I think so. Sorry.
What the hell are you eating, man?
I had a soda and I slammed it right before we went back
He's
on.
got all the bubbles coming up.
If you want to watch a man burp into a microphone, you can catch the show live, not only with your ears, but with your eyes, Tommy. The Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. On YouTube and Twitch, you can get us the Break Room, WCMF. Like, subscribe. All the subscribers we picked up this week, Tommy.
Oh, really?
We love you for it because, again, when we sit in these corporate meetings, they tell us, you want people to subscribe. So folks out of the building understand you got a quality program.
Really?
And we're trying to fool them that we have a quality program, so we appreciate it. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. All of that brought to you by our good friends from Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, those guys look like they can burp. This story comes from just east of us. Back in late December, the State Department of Environmental Conservation officers discovered a red squirrel crossing the street of a residential neighborhood.
So it's like rare?
Well, no, I don't mean red squirrel like the species. I mean like a normal-ass squirrel that was painted red.
Oh, painted?
It was painted
like
red.
dyed red hair.
It wasn't dyed. When they got closer.
I didn't even know they were Irish.
When they got closer, they realized that someone had spray painted this squirrel.
How do you quickly? How do you do that,
Well,
man?
there's a whole process.
About 2 weeks later, a man who is currently on probation, who lived in the neighborhood where the red squirrel was found, was questioned. And in this question, he admitted he has been spray painting squirrels red.
Why?
He would trap them, put them in a cage, douse the suckers in red spray paint, and then release them to a local park. And to answer why,
It sounds cruel.
the man said he wanted to keep track of the squirrels that were coming in and out of his yard because his dog was barking at them, causing him all kinds of stress.
So what is the red going to do for you?
I don't
It's
know.
a great question.
Because now
So
you
he
just
can hold
made...
a grudge, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I've seen that squirrel before. Yeah, like
It's what dogs do.
Right.
But like you're not getting rid of the squirrels.
I mean, there's like an unlimited number of squirrels.
Yeah, infinity squirrels,
Yeah.
Jimmy. Yeah.
And by the way, it's the only thing my dog lives for is for me to open up that door and just haul ass after squirrels.
But like, was his idea like he was gonna give them one
track?
spray paint warning, and then if he saw him come
don't
back, he
know.
was gonna try and kill him?
It must be.
Does he not understand the squirrels wouldn't know that the spray paint means don't come back?
Yes.
So this man was charged with poisoning or attempted to poison animals on account of the paint. He's
That
facing
stuff's toxic.
He's facing a ton of charges involving wildlife violation and conservation laws. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's very possible this man, if he's guilty, thought what he was doing was completely innocent. Like, who knew it was against the law to spray paint a squirrel? Look, I'm being serious.
I guess that's another warning you're going to have to put on that can.
But, like, would you have thought spray painting a squirrel was against the law?
Yeah.
Only because of it being toxic. But let's say you found like an animal spray paint. I guess I wouldn't necessarily think I'm doing harm to it.
Yeah.
Because you're also
You know?
trapping wild animals and then doing that and then releasing
Yeah.
them. That whole operation seems wrong.
Okay, but here's the thing. In the defense of this man, I mean, you see animal scientists and professionals like trap animals and mark them in ways all the time.
But they're doing some scientific research.
Look, I'm with you. And they didn't go to Home Depot and get spray paint. But, like, if I'm in the mind of this man trying to figure out what he was thinking,
Okay.
that's maybe where his head goes, right? I'm just marking
So
the
he
animals.
wasn't trying to really hurt the animal. He was just ignorant.
As far as he says.
No, he ignorant.
But here's the thing.
What?
Even if that's where his mind was, if he was naive to this being against the law, it's still weird as hell.
Yes. It's almost like I if I saw my neighbor doing this, I'm going, what else is going on in that house?
So you're seeing this as a red flag.
Oh, literally a red flag on a squirrel. Like these squirrels are giving me the red flag. You wouldn't think like if you're doing that in your house,
Yeah.
what else is going on in that house?
Yeah. So like they have a picture of he trapped them in cages.
Right.
They have a picture of the traps and they're just covered in red spray paint. Like it was like laugh out loud funny.
So like he trapped it and sprayed them inside the cage.
So he caught them when they were inside the cage. He sprayed the squirrels with spray paint.
And then let them go.
Yeah, according to the allegations, and then brought them down to this park and cut them loose.
Yeah.
So he wasn't trying to hurt them.
Right.
Because he could have killed them.
Yes.
I mean, 252 WCMF. Can anyone explain the logic behind spray painting a squirrel? Anybody? So you're telling me, Tommy, and I see you guys on hold. Give me a sec here. You're telling me that if you saw this happening in a neighbor's yard, you would now be on the lookout for even more bizarre, potentially dangerous things.
I'm telling my wife, and we're manning both windows on the side of the house because we'll do that sometimes. We'll go, hey,
you
see
take
what's
the front yard, I'll take the backyard.
Well, sometimes you get a bad angle, so like we'll communicate to each other almost like we're in a pillbox in World War II. I go, all right, I see. I don't know what kind of car that is. I can't read what's on the side of it.
2 clicks left.
Yes, we will do that.
Kimmy, if you saw a neighbor doing this, would it make you fear there were worse things going on?
Absolutely, because it's just bad decision making, and it shows that you have too much time on your hands, and I don't know what you do with that time.
Okay.
Yeah, so it goes down to that rabbit hole of what else is going on.
Well,
here.
squirrel home mostly. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Matt. Hey, Matty, what's going on, buddy?
So I got an explanation for you, I think.
Okay.
I had an uncle years ago that lived on Lakeshore Country Club, and he had a big squirrel problem. So he started trapping them, and he was transporting them over to over the river, Stutson Street Bridge. Took them across to the park over there, and he swore the same squirrels kept showing up. So he started painting their tails orange.
Okay. Was he aware this was against the law?
Well, probably not. This is probably 20 years ago.
Oh, back before the squirrel reform laws of 08. Now, you know what you're saying.
But lo and behold, orange-tailed squirrels made it back across the Genesee River to his backyard.
But here's my question, I guess, Matt. And again, I understand your uncle, naive, a little science experiment. Why would it matter which squirrels kept showing up at his yard, right? Because you finally find out, okay, it's the squirrels coming back from over the river and they're in my backyard again.
I didn't call to defend him.
Good.
I'm just telling you the story.
Because I'm just figuring more squirrels because this is like a squirrel area. They like this area.
It is interesting. I'm sorry, go ahead,
I think
Matt.
he was retired at the time, and he just couldn't believe. He thought they were the same squirrels, so I think he just had to prove it to himself.
Right,
so just the tails, not the whole squirrel.
Yeah.
There is something about guys, once they hit retirement, they become obsessed with backyard nature.
Okay.
And it's almost like they label themselves, like they become their own scientists.
Okay.
So I guess I could see how this could progress into this. I mean, it's dedication. But I know guys that have named the birds in their backyard. And I'm sure if their younger selves could see them now, they would not be proud.
Yeah. Naming birds.
Well, I'm going to let you go, but it turns out he was right. Those squirrels were able to get back across the Genesee River back to the golf course.
I'm not defending him, but he had a point the whole time. Matt, thanks for the call. My favorite part of the show is when callers get bored coming on the air with us. Well, I'm going to let you guys go.
Oh, God.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this man just east of us. Back in late December, the Department of Environmental Conservation, some officers discovered red squirrels, not like the species, but spray-painted red squirrels crossing the street. A couple weeks later, they were interviewing a man on probation who lived in the same neighborhood. He admitted in this questioning that he had spray-painted the squirrels red. He trapped them, put them in a cage, doused them in red spray paint, and then would release them in a park. And he said he did this to see if it were the same squirrels coming back into his yard where his dog would bark like crazy and cause him all kinds of stress. He's been charged with poisoning or attempting to poison animals, and he's facing a ton of other charges involving wildlife violation and conservation law. So now we have two men who have spray-painted squirrels, at least according to the allegations here. Let's make it three, because Jeff is on CMF. Hey, Jeff, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Pat?
Yo.
So my dad used to do this about like 10, 15 years ago. He would trap the squirrels in the backyard and then spray paint them and then release them in a local cemetery.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know the reason, just I guess to see whether or not they'd come back.
Okay.
But, he dropped like maybe yellow, silver, red, orange, all these different colored squirrels. They looked like Skittles.
So what we're learning here is we are missing $1 million idea, squirrel paint.
How easy are squirrels to catch? Because
It's a good question.
Well, you got to get a squirrel trap.
I guess.
Well, yeah, he just used to have a heart,
Okay.
but then he didn't have a heart because he's spray painting these little guys.
Oh, but he didn't. Again, he didn't know it was illegal, and he didn't try and hurt him. He was just doing a science experiment.
No, my dad's just kind of stupid. So,
Like, what did your mother say? Like, your mother had to see him doing this and not stop him.
you'd think, but my mom was always working. She was a nurse, so
Yeah.
She was busy
She was
doing
busy spray
productive
painting.
things.
She was busy spray painting patients to see which ones are coming back to the hospital.
right.
Jeff, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay.
I just can't imagine trucking out my backyard.
No.
And my wife looking out and see I got a can of spray paint and some weird-ass animal trap, and I'm setting it all up and waiting.
But again, just why?
Hey.
You could just look at the squirrels.
Okay, but here's the thing. What we're learning here is we answer calls and we get these Facebook messages.
It's a dad thing.
Well, I think, Tommy, maybe more people are messing with wildlife for their own personal reasons than we think.
Okay.
Because there is, Tommy, you have to admit, even with you, a constant battle between some homeowners and wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
They want those suckers gone, even though you have moved into a place that was full of whatever these are.
Yes.
They were here first. And it's hard to understand, Tommy, what is okay and not okay to mess with. Like, I can kill mice, rats, and moles, but I can't F around with squirrels?
No.
Why?
I don't know.
And I'm not advocating for the killing of squirrels. Remember, there was that squirrel slam in Holly that they do, and that people were very upset about.
Yeah, it's pretty harsh.
But I can call a guy to come and kill all the mice on my property.
I guess because mice and all those other things can get into your stuff.
House, yeah.
Squirrels don't normally get into your house.
You
like
can
that.
have an infestation of those things, whereas squirrels, I mean, I've never heard of somebody. I guess it's possible, but I don't know a lot of people that had squirrel problems inside their homes.
I'm just saying, if I look at a rat and I look at a squirrel, I mean, it's pretty simple.
I mean, they're the same. They're cousins.
Right. What's up, cuz?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not advocating for the killing of squirrels, but like if I shoot a squirrel with a BB gun and kill it and I get caught, am I in trouble?
I don't know.
Is there
Because
squirrel
kids do that kind of crap.
Yeah, and I've never heard of anyone getting arrested for it. Is there a squirrel hunting season?
But that would mean you eat them.
People do eat squirrel.
That doesn't sound good to me.
You don't like squirrel pie?
That's not a thing.
Squirrel pie's a thing.
No, it's not.
Okay, maybe we Google squirrel
They're going
pie.
to make a squirrel pie.
June 15th through September 30th is the, oh no, I don't know if this is it. It's a small game season.
Okay, well, that would make sense.
Right, they are small games.
Yeah, but can I, you can't discharge a firearm in a lot of towns. Am I allowed to shoot in my backyard?
Well, to your point, like, because I had a mole problem in my backyard, right?
Sure, and on your back, but go on.
So you could buy the poison to kill them.
Yeah.
And you could buy, like, a rat, mouse. I didn't see anything kill a squirrel.
Okay.
I didn't see no squirrel poison. So maybe to your point, I guess we've made a rule that you just leave them alone. I guess we're comfortable with the squirrel because they're so goddamn cute.
Okay, well, maybe it could also have to do with what the squirrel does for us, like what part of the ecosystem the squirrel is. If all
I don't know
squirrels
what it does.
Well, if all squirrels disappeared, like what negative effect would it have on us versus all mice or rats disappearing?
True. I mean, they don't spread disease.
252 WCMF, as we continue our squirrel spray paint discussion, an alarming number of men are coming forward.
Oh.
Gary's on CMF. Hey, Gary, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing this morning, buddy?
Good, Gary. What do you got?
Hey, my brother-in-law used to do the same thing as the previous caller said. Trapped a squirrel. He had squirrel problems. They would get in the roof and die, or get in the walls and die, and it'd stink up the house. He would trap them, paint them, take them somewhere. His thing was he wanted to see if they would return. The other thing that you guys are speaking about, bats. You cannot kill a bat. I learned that the hard way.
Bats?
Bats.
Yeah.
You have to relocate them. Well, I had a bad bat problem where you would just see the cat looking in the corner of your house, staring, and there's a bat.
That's a bad bat.
Shut your mouth. I'd fill this thing full of BBs, and it would not die. And then you had to.
I filled it full of BBs and it wouldn't die, man.
It would not die.
You're a monster, Mark.
Oh, God, this has turned into a war story.
Seriously.
80 BBs went up that hill.
Oh,
7 came back.
Well, Mark, I'm sorry about your bad. Your squirrel problem, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
But the one thing I ain't effing with at all is a goddamn bat.
I think you got to know your limit. I mean, when in doubt, just call an expert.
That's Dracula in your house, baby.
It's not really.
That's Dracula.
Maybe that's why he wouldn't die.
Yeah.
Filled him full of BBs. Sucker's still alive. All right, we'll take one more call, only because we asked if there was a squirrel season. You said people don't eat squirrel. You're wrong.
They do. And you said they eat squirrel pie.
I've heard of squirrel pie.
That sounds like a sex move.
Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
Not much. Yourself?
Good, man. What's going on?
Good. There is a season on squirrels. I think it starts. I don't have the book in front of me, but it either starts September 1st or October 1st, and it runs through the end of March, I believe.
I think you're right. That's what it says here. It starts September 1st.
All right, Mark, do you go squirrel hunting?
I have from time to time. Red squirrels are not in the book, so as far as I'm concerned, those ducks are free range to kill any time of year.
Well, but these weren't actually red. These were spray. I don't think you could spray paint a squirrel a color and be like, oh, not in the book. I'm shooting this.
No, but gray squirrels, black squirrels, fox squirrels, those have seasons. But red squirrels,
I shot every squirrel, man.
Hey, Mark, have you eaten squirrel before?
Yes.
Why?
What's it taste like?
It's not too bad.
It's going to taste like a rat's ass.
It's not. I'll tell you what's tougher than that is woodchuck.
Why would you eat a woodchuck?
Can you eat woodchuck?
Mark,
I've never heard of woodchuck. A woodchuck dish.
Why would you eat a woodchuck, Mark?
Try different things out.
I think about it. It eats wood. How good's that going to taste?
Groundhogs or gophers, same thing.
Okay. It's Groundhog Day. You're calling up talking about eating a groundhog, Mark.
And a gopher.
Okay, by the way, woodchucks don't eat wood.
Yes, they do.
No, they gnaw wood. They don't eat
Well, they
wood.
eat it. They eat it. They're not carnivore.
No, because don't do
They're
this. Because the
little
last time you
carnivores.
argued that woodchucks climb trees,
wood.
we had like a month-long.
They eat wood.
Mark, say that. I'm sorry, Mark. We couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
I said beavers, they eat wood. Woodchucks, they eat vegetation, grass.
Yeah, like a wood's a vegetation.
Yeah, remember they used to call your mom the hairy beaver? Just eating wood nonstop, 24/7, Tommy. Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. Thanks for all the info. I appreciate it. Mark goes, yeah, didn't let me finish. Yeah, wait, no. I've made a terrible mistake. Why would you eat a woodchuck?
I don't
It
know.
sounds gross.
No.
Why would you eat any of that scuzzy ass food?
Well, look, I've said.
I mean, if you're gonna hunt, I get it, but you're eating like garbage.
You're going to tell me, though, Larry, let's say you go to a cookout, buddy puts out their woodchuck nachos. Would you try them?
No.
Really?
That sounds so nasty and low end.
I mean, people ate them.
Yeah, when they were poor and they were out in the middle of nowhere on a wagon train.
Again,
we found better stuff to eat.
Yeah, thank you. Like we elevated.
If it was good, people would still eat it.
Right.
No, but we also talked about how 150, 200 years ago, lobsters were so plentiful, they served them to prisoners.
Are
Nobody
you
wanted
sure?
them. Bro, that story is rock solid true.
They had so many lobsters they'd
Yes.
given to prisoners.
Yes, it was poor people food, and now you don't find much more expensive food on a menu than a
Okay.
lobster.
All right. So next time I go into Wegmans, I'll check for the beaver tank. You know what I'm going to find in there?
What's that?
Yo mama. On sale.
Why is she on sale? It's quality.
Are you defending your mother's meat?
Please,
Please enjoy my mother's meat.
I mean, putting my mom in that position is one thing.
My mother's
You
standing
got
here.
upset that she was on sale.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the first joke's mean enough. You don't have to discount her, too.
She's on Shoppers Club.
All right, let's take a break. So this is a gimmick that a company's doing to try and get a little attention, and I mean, it worked enough. We're going to talk about
Okay.
it. But this stupid, fun idea is actually secretly brilliant. How has nobody come up with this idea where I'm going to get more food, and every way I eat this thing is going to make my life easier?
Fantastic.
We'll tell you about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You know, we've seen throughout some times in human history.
What's that?
Where you fall backwards into some of the most genius ideas.
Oh, yeah.
And this might be one of these things, because a company looking to get a little attention for itself with a gimmick is pointing out how we failed as a society not doing this with this food 1,000 years ago.
Oh, so it's something we passed up on.
It sounds like it. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
What do you
Philly cream cheese. You know Philly cream cheese.
It's a standard. It's the number one.
Which, by the way, fun fact, started in New York. Did you know that?
No.
Really?
Yes, it's not from Philadelphia.
To my point, Philly can't get a break.
Okay, so Philadelphia Cream Cheese has partnered with bakers in 5 major cities to sell wholeless bagels.
Wholeless
So
bagel.
it's just a piece of bread?
It's a bagel without a hole. Well, it's bagel without a hole.
Yeah.
So it's a marketing gimmick happening only for a limited time. And the idea is you want a wholeless bagel to spread on more Philadelphia cream cheese because that's how good it is. This is genius.
Okay.
Why does a bagel have a hole in it in the first place?
Great question.
What's the point of the hole in the bagel? Because you can make a holeless bagel.
Well, what's the whole? Well, you got a hole in a donut too.
Okay,
right?
well,
just make a donut, just pure donut.
Okay, I'm with you on that too. What are we doing? And by the way, there are
the
straight up
ones
uncut
that
pure
have,
donuts.
I think it's the way
filling in
they
it.
bake them. I think they hook them up when they pull them out, and that's why there's a hole in there. So when you go to
You
get
could be
the
right.
bagel out,
Okay.
and the same thing with a donut, you hook them up.
You might be onto something.
No, I understand that the technology back in the day required a hole in it, but now
But
we
maybe you
have
don't.
ways
Right.
to make holeless bagels.
But I don't mind the hole in the bagel. It's not like, oh my God, I'm missing out on that little dime of bread.
Okay, no, it's not. It's not so much the dime of bread, but yes, it is more bread. Kimmy, you were going to say.
To your point, though, I do find myself if there's like a basket of bagels, I will find the one with like the closed hole because it is easier to spread.
So you like a tighter hole?
Sure.
Well, yeah.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. I mean, that I get.
Yeah.
I think any guy could get behind a tight, hot, fresh out of the oven hole.
Everything we use bagels for would be made easier with a holeless
Just get rid of the hole.
bagel. No, hey, think about this. To Kimmy's point, if you're spreading the cream cheese on a bagel and there's no hole, when you smush it back together and eat
Yeah.
it, you're not going to get cream cheese all over your face when
But
you get to
there's
the
that
middle.
kind of pleasure seeing the cheese squirt through the hole a little bit when you make the bagel. Because then you know you've got enough cream cheese in
Don't
there.
look at Tommy's search history.
Tight, cheesy holes.
Yeah, but it would squirt out the side. You get the same thing. It's the same. It's like
Well,
when you
you
make
don't squeeze it like a baboon. You gently damp it down.
Okay, are you
What do you
gonna-
like grind your mitts in there
you can tell me how to eat a bagel. When's the last time you
like
had a
you're
bagel?
flying an F-16?
Then when it comes to breakfast sandwiches, it would make eating a breakfast sandwich so much easier. I'm not now burning my nose with molten cheese when I take a bite
Right.
and it squeezes through the top of the hole. How, for the life of bagels, has nobody been like, you know what we should make? Holeless bagels.
And it may go against religion too. I mean, there may be a religious reason why there's a hole there. It may be a kosher thing or a religious thing on that bread.
What about kosher?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know all my Hebrew.
Do you know what kosher is?
Yeah, it's Hebrew.
No, what? I mean, what? Just define to me kosher. What makes something kosher?
The rabbi's got to come and bless it.
What? No.
And when he walks in,
no, he doesn't
and he
bless
sees
it.
your non-hold thing, he may take a pass, and then you
Kosher
don't
is-
get the blessing.
Kosher is you can't eat shellfish, you can't eat pig.
But
you
I thought
the
it's
way
gotta
you
be-
eat, but I also thought it was
The rabbi's got to come and
blessed
do
or
his
something,
thing.
No,
right?
no, you can't mix meat and
when
milk.
you're cooking
Dairy.
it,
Yes,
right?
dairy. Yeah.
Right.
The rabbi's not there to bless it. The rabbi is there to ensure that none of these things are mixed.
I
thought
thought
it was
Coke
blessed.
is kosher. Coke is kosher because it's got the K
yes,
on it.
It is. Oh my God.
Wait, so Coke can't touch what in the Hebrew religion?
Pulled pork?
What?
No, it's the materials going into it that would make it kosher and not kosher.
See the hand?
Yeah.
Oi.
How many Jewish people did
I
you
give you
work
the oi.
with? This whole what do you do?
Everybody.
How do you
I
not
worked with
know
a lot of
this?
Jewish people.
Okay.
And I've eaten at kosher restaurants. I understand, like, things can't touch anything, but I thought, like, kosher meat, I understand it's a process, but I also thought it was blessed. Because how is Coke?
Because it's not mixing any ingredients that would
Then why
make
do
it
you need
not
a
kosher.
All right, so why you need a priest there?
It's not
A
a priest, it's a
rabbi.
rabbi, and it's to ensure. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
so
have
it
this.
says prepare food according to the requirements of Jewish law.
Yeah, they're not blessing it. Wait, you thought it was like the Pope, like putting his hand over it, and now it's kosher?
The Jewish Pope, yes.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We started this conversation because Philadelphia Cream Cheese is running a promotion where they're partnering with 5 bakers in 5 major cities to sell holeless bagels. The idea is More cream cheese
All
on
right,
a bagel.
more bread.
Yeah. Fun, cute thing. Holeless bagels. If there was a place in town that sold holeless bagels, I would only get my bagels from
I
that
would
place.
only go to the Tide Hole Bagel Shop.
Bro, you could make bagels, bread for everything. Bagel burger.
Oh, yeah. Well, they had the bagel hot dog bun and all that stuff.
Which, what?
Yeah, so they used to sell these hot dog buns that had but it was made out of like bagel bread. It was.
Why did it take you that long to explain it? So stay with me. They used to make these hot dog buns, but instead of bread, it was made out of bagels.
But you know what? They went out of business.
Why is that?
No blessing.
No rabbi there to bless the
they
bagel.
Didn't bless the hot dog bagel bread.
It astonishes me sometimes that you've been on this planet almost twice as long as I have, and there are some basic everyday things you don't know. It's amazing to me.
Well, I had it half right. You had it half right.
No, I had it all right. You had it no
right.
right.
You didn't have no all right. You didn't even know about Coca-Cola.
Well, I knew Coca-Cola was kosher. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the yellow cap means it's kosher.
Okay, if they put a K on the side, why they need a yellow cap?
I know they put a K. Oh, my God. During Passover, you will see.
What did you think that one was for Doc Gooden?
At some Wegmans that are around the Brighton and Pittsford area, yellow-topped Coca-Colas. And that means you can just look at it and know it's kosher, if I'm not mistaken.
Which you may be.
252. Can you Google yellow-capped Coke, please? No, I'm not letting this go. I'm not letting it go. For God's sakes, man.
What?
It's basic stuff with the people we live around.
Oh, it was close.
The yellow caps indicate that the soda is kosher or fit to drink of the Jewish holiday of Passover.
Thank you. God. You want to come over and we can just talk about things? Today, all right, so today you have said, as a man your age, one, I don't know how the gas gets to my stove.
No.
You said that out loud.
I know it gets there, but I don't know how.
You said that. And two,
and then how it doesn't blow up my house at the same time.
You think all a rabbi does to make something kosher is like put his hands over it, say a prayer.
You don't think he says a couple words?
I don't know, man.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't. I guess I
you don't
I don't know. I guess I don't know.
Well, guess who doesn't know?
Who's that?
Rabbi Patty Boy over here.
Rabbi Patty Boy?
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, what's going on, brother?
Not much. I worked at a kitchen creative caterers here in Rochester for a long time. And the whole kitchen and all the utensils and all the pots and pans can't touch meat. And, everything has to be kosher. You can't even mix it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So giving creative caterers a shout out, too, I guess.
Way to go, boys. You're nailing it.
So there you go.
All right. Great call, Chris. Thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Can't touch. It is interesting, because we're coming up on, if you're Catholic, we're coming up on Lent, which leads into Easter.
Oh, yeah, Ash Wednesday, right around the corner.
Yeah, we found out Ash Wednesday and Valentine's Day, same day, right?
Good luck with that.
It is very interesting how some of these traditions have existed for millennia.
Yeah.
Right? Because,
thousands of years.
The idea behind kosher is, people were getting sick eating pigs and mixing dairy and milk because they were, walking around the desert. It's easy to get sick, right? And then, the idea behind not eating meat on a Friday was kind of like the same thing. And, things that you would give up for Lent. They've been doing it for 1,500 years, and there are still people come Ash Wednesday that are going to get their ashes, right? And they're going to give up something, and they're not going to eat meat on Fridays up until Easter.
So this is what starts, Lent kicks off on Ash Wednesday?
Ash Wednesday is the first day of Lent.
And you got to give something up.
Yep, and it goes until Easter.
Damn.
Well, yeah, when I was a kid, that was the big thing. What are you going to give?
It's 100 days.
It's 40 days. Represents Christ in the desert.
I get it.
No, you don't, because you didn't know what
All
kosher
religion represents somebody.
Oh, my God. What does that even mean?
Jesus, Buddha, this guy over here.
There's a specific...
The guy the Beatles met up in the Himalayas.
No, it wasn't Hare Krishna. It was not the Dalai
It was Hare Krishna. They met him at the airport.
Kimmy does not get that joke. In fact, 90% of our audience did not get that joke. Let's take a break. You brought up Valentine's Day right around the corner.
Sure.
And we've had a couple of discussions, most of them involving relationships. But there are people that are in relationships. And they want to be in relationships. And starting a relationship is tough, one, because of the intimidation of talking to someone of the opposite sex you don't know. But the other thing can be, even if you work up the courage to talk to them, how do you know if they're into you?
Oh.
We have scientific studies. In fact, one school right down the street from us that participated.
So, see something on that person that would show?
You are now going to know if this person, is into you.
Okay.
Or they're just being polite.
All right.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we got a problem, Tommy.
What's the matter?
Well, the most romantic day of the year is just around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
And there are folks that don't have a special someone, and they want to meet that special someone.
All right.
So they need to make a connection. The problem, knowing when that other person is laying down the vibes that they're into you,
okay,
or just being a normal, polite human being interacting with you.
Seems like there's a fine line there.
I would think a lot of it has to do with body language.
Oh, yeah, no, because if there's one thing we know about you, you're really good at picking up on subtlety.
But you know when she hot and when she ain't.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to start creeping it out now, but it more later of the cap.
Creep Cap coming at you. And speaking of sexy ladies,
yeah,
a sexy lady who is in some trouble you don't normally see sexy ladies in.
Oh, really?
And we'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So a new study done by several universities, one of them SUNY Oswego, right down the street, a scientific experiment to determine the most effective flirting techniques for men and women.
All right.
And before we get to what they found, it's important that we read you the definition of flirting they used for this study.
Okay.
You ready? Quote, flirting involves different signals that people send to each other to attract a potential partner. Men and women both flirt to get the attention of a desired partner and perhaps achieve a sexual or romantic result from it. So, with that out of the way, we now find the easiest ways to be successful doing it. 1, the scientists discovered smiling and eye contact are important.
Oh, wait, a smile?
Yep.
Write that one down.
Look them in the face. Show them your teeth.
Man, why is college tanking? Smile. She won't.
I mean, there are people that can make all kinds of critical points about colleges. You're not one of them.
Bro, I know college.
Well, you just sent a rabbi out there to bless it, make it a kosher college. Second thing they found, the most effective flirting technique is humor.
Oh.
Study found that being able to make another person laugh is the most effective, especially men looking for a long-term relationship. And finally, they said giggling at their jokes. Laughing.
So that sounds like the male-female ends of flirting.
Exactly, yes. Laughing or giggling is an effective tactic to let the other person know you're into them. And that's it.
Like, that's it?
That's it. That's what we have here.
Stupid jokes and a laugh.
It may have been a 10-minute study. I don't know how long they took on this. And, Kimmy, this has you a little bit worried.
Why?
Yeah, because I could see people doing most of those things just to simply be polite.
And that's women just trying to get this guy to go away.
Or men the other way. Look,
Yeah,
I mean,
Bro,
men do this
it's
too.
all on men
because
being creeps.
No, because I've watched you get uncomfortable with a guy coming into the room, and you just kind of like laughed awkwardly because you didn't know what else to do.
Man flirting.
But he thought, oh, this guy thinks I'm funny, so I'm going to continue with this joke because he's laughing.
But women have to deal with this like women have to deal with this crap every day of their lives.
Yeah.
Pretending to like you enough just so you'll go away.
Well, it's funny because you're right. If women are nice and they laugh and they're polite, you think she wants it.
She won't it.
If you're not polite and you react the way that you want to react, well, it's a bitch.
Right,
What a
yeah.
bitch.
Women can't win.
You come off as cold.
I feel sorry for my ladies out there. My sisters.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How the hell are you supposed to tell the difference between flirting and being polite? Because men are terrible at this. As Tommy just said, we think that all of you ladies want it all the time. And if any woman gives you the time of day, she's totally into you, bro.
I think that there is one thing that should be added to this. I don't know if they've ever done a study on it, but it could be, do you find yourself approaching her more than she's approaching you?
Ooh. But what about the women playing hard to get, Kimmy?
I mean, I guess that's a factor there. But I'm guessing if you keep approaching her and she never swings by your desk or wherever you're located, she may be trying to avoid those conversations, those interactions.
All right, that's fair enough. But you're right. Until you just said that out loud, I never registered that in my brain.
Really?
Yeah.
But she never comes around?
No.
Yeah,
Well, no. I'm the one that moves. I'm the mover.
Yeah, because she keeps moving.
I'm roving, baby.
I would think body language, the way or the person sitting, where their arms are, how they talk to you.
Please go on.
What?
Please tell me.
Like, are they getting in your personal space?
Oh, no,
Right,
no.
but
Let's
just
not
like how
let's
they-
not help them. I would like to know.
Are their arms crossed? Are they open?
Okay, so open arms would indicate.
Right, like if somebody's got their arms and legs crossed up like they're like cold
Okay.
talking to you, I'm kind of figuring like they're kind of repelling you.
Okay, fair. That's good. But that's only one little thing. What other body language things can you see where you think a woman is into you as a man?
How her legs are positioned.
Okay, so give me, if you're
But she
watching,
would have to be sitting.
if you're watching
right?
the live stream, let's say you are this woman, Tommy. You can get it at YouTube at the Break Room WCMF, WCMF.com Odyssey. Show me the leg positioning.
If her legs are relaxed.
Okay, so give me an example. You could do it.
Yeah, you could show
People are watching the show.
Like, is she, all right, so she was like this. She's like, talking like
Such an idiot. You're
yeah,
such
man,
an
I get it.
idiot.
I mean, I watched that game last night.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
So she's sitting in a bar stool.
Itching her thigh.
Her legs spread wide
Yeah.
open.
How
and she's-
uncomfortable is that for you?
Very.
He's not going to be able to get out of that
It's
position.
hard to be a girl, especially a horny one.
We're going to have to carry him to urgent care just like that.
Blow a hamstring.
Kimmy, what body language can a woman show you where?
But you know, like
I
how
guess
you
if I'm if I was like really enjoying a conversation with somebody, I may like reach out and like touch your shoulder
Okay.
or something.
Physical contact.
Like
All right.
physical if she's initiating like some type of physical contact, I would say that like she's at least enjoying your company.
Okay.
Raised nimmers.
But that's
What?
But enjoying your company is different than flirting.
True.
'Cause,
True.
like, a bunch of dudes-
but you haven't creeped her out.
Okay, but a bunch of
Right.
dudes just heard if she touches my shoulder, she's into me, and that's not true.
No, you're right.
Well,
That's
she's
not
willing
the
to
case.
touch you in a non-sexual way.
No, but then again, we have to speak to men, and you know how men are when we get in a certain
They're
way.
aggressive, yeah.
No, not aggressive, just stupid. Like we all become complete morons when we're around a woman we think we have a chance with.
Right.
Okay. 252 WCMF 252-9263. How do men know women are actually into them? An across the board, fail safe, all encompassing thing we as men can look at and go, that's it. That's the one. Kimmy, you being the woman in the room, what is it?
I think if she approaches you.
When does that ever happen?
Never.
Has that ever happened to you in your life?
No.
Me neither.
No.
Well, no, I'm not in like a. I don't even mean like a forward way. I just mean, is she going out of her way to have conversations with you? You know what I mean? Like, is she excited to see you every day?
Let me put it this way. Breezy, she works down on PXY, right? Breezy goes out of her way to say hello to me every day. Breezy and I laugh and laugh and laugh.
Okay.
And like she lights up when she sees me. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know about
You
that.
didn't hear that
That's true.
arrogant
I know.
statement.
That's true.
I don't know about.
She lights
see,
She loves me.
See, there's
She loves
where
me.
our opinion differs.
She's like, but she goes
no,
out of her way to
because
say
there
hi.
was one time she came in here and she goes, "Oh, good, Pat's not here."
That's a lie, and you know
She
it.
just did it the other day.
The point that I'm making is I don't think Breezy's into me
No.
for a very specific
Yes,
reason.
obviously.
Right? So like that doesn't help me, Kimmy.
But would you have thought she was in? I mean, were you getting those vibes?
No, but if I'm going down the list of things that
Okay.
you say are rock solid,
Yeah.
she does all those things to me. She makes contact with me. We laugh. She comes and says hi.
Well, yeah. It can tend to go into the friend zone, which I guess could be a very confusing place for a man.
So you're saying Breezy just friend zoned me?
100%.
All right, Tommy, does it get so complicated because no two women are the same when it comes to putting out the vibes we're looking
Well,
for?
obviously, people are different, so. But there's some general things you can notice.
Give me one.
Like, would there be like that she's Indian?
Across the board, every single woman does this to indicate she's into you.
If she has a follow up question about you, like, because like if she seems interested, if she just is short answers, no follow ups.
Okay.
She wants this conversation to end.
Right, like you're pulling words out of her.
Okay.
You're done.
But that means it's definitely romantic if she has follow-up questions?
I would definitely, but I would say that's a good sign that she's interested more than just exchanging pleasantries and being on her way.
Okay, fair enough. But that, again, is not a...
won't.
No, but see, that's not it. Because I'm asking for a rock solid. She won't.
The rock solids under that blouse, baby.
Why?
Well,
what?
Stiff Nimmers.
No,
one of my favorite comics in the 70s. 17 appearances on the Ed Sullivan Show.
Was that like the Ed Sullivan Show?
Hey, let's give it a round of applause again for Stiff Nimmers.
Are you on February 2nd, 2024, doing an impression of Ed Sullivan on the radio?
Yes.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this study done by a bunch of colleges, one of them SUNY Oswego, an experiment to have determined the most effective flirting techniques for men and women. And they got 3. That's it. Smiling and eye contact. Humor is the most effective flirting technique, and giggling at their jokes to let them know you want them around. But that's it. And that can be things done by polite people that doesn't indicate anything. And we've been having this conversation for 10 minutes, and not a single person in this room can give a definitive no doubt, rock solid thing any woman could do to you where you're like, she's into me?
Maybe it doesn't exist.
What? Okay, but how?
The sign does not exist.
How?
Because women aren't going to give up that much territory that quick.
Why?
Because of how men are.
No, but we're talking women.
Even I say like a woman is not going to give up that much territory to you up front.
Okay, can we talk about that?
What?
Like, it would be a lot easier if men and women could just be more direct with each other. Like, hey, I'm into you.
But the rules are set up like this because of what men have done in the past. It's our fault. Like, we want to go, why are they acting like this?
But why am I paying for the sins of my father?
You're paying for
not
everything.
specifically, but also
no,
specifically.
but no, you're absolutely right. But you are because of what they did. You can't whitewash it either, man.
But here's the thing. Men will lay it out early. I am into you. Women will not, and it can be very frustrating. Like, how many times, Tommy?
By the way, you don't have to say that. You just standing there, she knows what you want.
No, there are women I will go out
You
of my
ain't
way.
at the hen house for bagels, baby. Those would be kosher bagels, by the way.
Yeah, because the
But you know what I'm
rabbi
saying?
was there to bless
Yes.
them.
She knows what
no,
you
it wouldn't,
want.
because eggs are dairy, you idiot. No, there are women I will go out of my way to talk to that I am not into. I do it at work every day.
I understand, but that's a work environment, and you've kind of established yourself. They know you. That's a different argument than meeting somebody and trying to establish if they like you.
Okay.
The first time you're seeing each other. That's a different animal.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Look, we can't get anywhere, but we have some very smart,
here we go,
introspective, what?
Some love geniuses.
Well, what? Zach probably knows what he's talking about. He's on CMF. Hey, Zach, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good, how are you?
Good.
I'm going to go with the eyes.
If she has eyes, she's into you?
No, the way she looks at you. If she looks you up and down, it's a definite.
She ain't looking you up and down first sight.
Bro.
She's judging your outfit.
Every woman that has ever met Tommy has looked Tommy up and down because of his shoes to his stupid
They're looking
top.
at Tommy's shoes.
Yeah. So, Zach, no, that ain't the
They're
case.
not looking you up and down. That's not going to happen on a first encounter.
Zach, what a stupid call, with all due respect. Zach, are you married? You dating? What's your situation?
He's not married.
I'm married.
All right, so how did you pick up your wife?
She looked me up and down.
My ass, Zach! Where'd you meet her?
In Texas.
No, not okay. Thank you. Give me a more specific spot than one of the largest
did you meet
states in
her
the
out, union. With friends?
And with friends. I was in the military.
Okay, all right. So, man in uniform.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
That's why she was looking me up and down.
That's had to be it, which is weird because you were in camo, couldn't even see anyway. Zach, great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I hate all men.
So do women.
Would it be more of a sign for you if, let's say, she was making eye contact with you when you weren't speaking? Like, going out of her way to make eye contact with you when you weren't, communicating, just in the same room.
So she held her gaze.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good sign.
See, I know that can happen by accident sometimes, but if it consistently is happening, that could be a good sign.
No, but that literally happens in movies. I've never had a woman in my life where I've looked at her and she's been like,
Well,
you go
so over the top with your stuff.
You can't even look at me. Here, Kimmy, say something to a microphone.
What?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Go ahead, Kimmy.
Am I saying something?
Because I'm giving time. See, he can't even look at me while I gaze at him
well, that's
while someone else is speaking.
That's like a psycho gaze.
Yeah.
What are
you talking about? You look like you're
horny boys gazing.
Horny boys gazing. Why do I feel like if I check your Google search, that's coming up? That is the most unnatural, uncomfortable thing.
You just every now and then you catch eye contact with that person when you're not. Well, okay, that's creepy.
What? See, I'm just looking at you.
Yeah.
But I'm saying you catch her looking at you. You're not just staring.
Guys
waiting for her to look at you.
Guys cannot stare at women. You can't.
Guys do stare at women.
But you shouldn't because that sends out a bad vibe.
All right.
You're a stalker. You're a creep. You're desperate.
Okay.
You can't do it.
Let's run the experiment then the normal way.
Right.
Okay, the way that Kimmy's describing it. I'm talking right now. Kimmy, look at Tommy. Tommy, look at me. Okay, now gaze over at Kimmy while she's looking at you. Are you comfortable right
she's
now?
making
See, there you go. That's my point.
Where did that face show up from?
I don't know. It's kind of like
You make me feel like I'm shoplifting.
It is so unnatural. What another stupid way.
But we're not into each other,
right,
so I'm not looking at you.
We find each other doing horrible.
I'm not interested in what you're doing right now.
Okay, so let's walk down that road. Right. What can I see, Kimmy, in a gaze that would let me know a woman is interested?
I like I said, just consistent eye contact.
No, because you just did that with Tommy, and Tommy said you thought he was shoplifting.
What if she complimented you on what you wore or looked like, your hair,
No, that could be friend zone stuff.
how you like your cologne. If she said anything about you personally, like she says, "Wow, I love that cologne. I love the way you smell. I like your hair. I like your beard."
Okay.
If
And
a
then
woman
she reaches out and strokes it.
You want to touch it? By the way, that does happen. It's very uncomfortable. I like your beard. And they just put their hand. They just put their hands right in your beard. Like, you got to ask permission.
She's giving you a good beard jerking.
Bro, that's happened 5 times
People
minimum.
touching your beard.
And it's women. It's
no, he's
always
like
women.
jerking it.
It's so uncomfortable. I like your beard. I know there's other dudes with beards that have had this experience, or a woman will go up and be like, "What do you put in your beard?" Or "I like your beard," and all of a sudden their fingers are in your beard, and you're like, "Ugh."
Well, that might feel kind of. If that was a sexy woman, that might feel good.
No,
if she's fingering your face.
You don't feel your beard, man. It's hair. It's like
I want out of this conversation.
No, but the fact that she's deep into your hair on your face, man, that might be something.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, she's in you're in your face.
I combed this the right way when I left the house this morning. How would you like it if some woman like took her hand and like rubbed it on top of your head? You'd look like you look like right now. So there's nothing. There is absolutely
So
no
we're shot.
universal, rock solid guarantee that a woman is into you by what she can
Well,
do.
look
if
at
you
the
don't know.
research you got because you use it from the University of Oswego.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a romantic university if I could think of one.
Bro.
Dumpy ass Oswego.
All they do is spend time inside because it's so cold up there. It would be one of the most romantic.
Give me you need a hot spot.
You mean, okay, well, like what?
Miami.
University of Miami.
Honolulu. Somewhere where the britches are always out. I can see some skin.
No,
A party school.
I got it.
Oh, you got it.
Okay, no,
I got
just,
it.
you can't give me anything.
Mississippi State.
Mississippi State?
Yeah.
She got more than 3 teeth. She's into you?
That's it, buddy. Count them chiclets.
Let's take a break. Eventually you will meet somebody. And you're going to hit it off, and you're going to feel the butterflies, and they're going to be into you, and you're going to be into them.
Yeah.
And maybe you're remembering that feeling you had when you met your spouse if you are in a relationship now.
Okay.
Then you have to find out about their past.
Oh.
And that's where things can get dicey.
Sure.
Because there is a woman who we're going to tell you about who's in some trouble this morning.
She got a dicey past?
Well, she's got a dicey present, it sounds like,
Oh.
but eventually it will be her past. And here's the thing. What this woman accused of is not what you would expect a woman, period, to be accused of.
Oh.
Let alone one that has a look like this.
Oh.
We'll tell you all about it. And Creep Cap coming at you next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I mean, this story's weird in every way possible.
What happened?
Well, I mean, you have a woman allegedly committing this crime, which we don't normally see. And then when you get a look at the mugshot,
Really?
And it raises the question, everybody's got a past, but there are certain things you expect. This would be unexpected. Would it be undoable? And I realize as I said that that's not what I meant. As a relationship.
Are you saying that pass got an ass?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that.
I ain't even seen it, but I'm getting a vibe here.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. If that wasn't creepy enough for you.
Oh, more to come.
We got more, and it's happening right now. All the disgusting things other than that, Tommy said all week. It's the creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
Well, you haven't won in like a year.
Drier than your grandma.
Why?
Well, the old grandmas are dry.
I don't know. There are some damn grandmas.
You think there's some juicy grandma?
Oh, yeah. I thought that smell is what outside at night was.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Your mom? Hey, guys, it really smells like my mom out here tonight.
Yeah, well, remember that Steve Miller song everybody loves?
Abracadabra. She's dead, so I won't grab her.
Okay. You used to be a penis.
No, it's just cadaver dong.
Is that like a cadaver?
Cadaver dong.
Cadaver?
Yeah, cadaver dong.
Do you use a cadaver?
Cadaver dong. It ain't gonna be around too much longer.
You're in your 60s, and you thought the word cadaver had a B in it?
Yeah, it's cadaver. Not your diddling. Oh, that'd be
no,
a
these
diddling.
would be. I don't know how you're diddling.
Yeah, I had to think about it.
You doing a pinky diddle?
Well, I had to think about it. All right.
My favorite 1920s jitterbug song.
Diddle.
The pinky diddle.
Everybody's doing a pinky diddle.
Do the pinky diddle. Interesting.
All right, so I can bust ass to get back to my penis.
Yeah, because you know, like,
Penis time.
Bust ass.
you know what
bust
you
something
got to
else.
get done.
Worst hammer sooner of all time.
How's it go?
Penis time.
You don't even know the
All
song.
around the world, from London to L.A.
Wow. Penis go.
I grab my penis and play.
Okay. And let's go from.
Tingly muffs.
Now I can't say what I was going to say.
What are you gonna say?
Well, we're going to talk about middle schoolers. Deer flying across. Rumble stairs.
Wait, your mom was back there? But I'll eat their hot dogs that's spinning around on that little. It looks like Mitch McConnell's dong.
What are you, Dennis
Can't
Miller
do worse
today?
than Mitch McConnell's. Not on tear it up.
Bad.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMS. So the story comes from just south of us. A 32-year-old woman has been arrested accused of stealing a car from a grocery store in Bath.
Just jumped in and took off.
Yes. The vehicle was later found over the border in Pennsylvania. The 32-year-old woman was arrested and booked before being released. And it turns out this ain't her first rodeo, Tom.
Really?
Last Wednesday, police were tipped off to where she was in the village for an active felony grand larceny charge. It turns out she was in possession then of a car that was stolen out of, again, a town in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
So she's been charged with felony criminal possession of stolen property. She has been sent to Steuben County in lieu of bail. So she's locked up for these two charges that she's facing.
Okay.
Now, right off the bat.
A lady jacker.
Yeah. When have you ever heard... Kimmy, when have you ever heard of a woman stealing a car, let alone multiple cars, at least according to the allegations? Yeah, she's by herself.
Yeah, good point. Like usually, like whenever we see a woman's name pop up, it's usually in a group.
With a dude. Usually it's usually there's a boyfriend involved.
Yeah, but I can't think of like a lone. No.
Even Thelma had Louise.
That's two chicks.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
She's a lone kitten.
So a woman accused of stealing multiple cars is unique in itself. So in this story, Tommy, they have this 32-year-old woman's mugshot.
Yeah.
Damn.
Gorgeous.
Damn.
Really?
She looks good. Like, you know how hard it is to look good in a mugshot.
Right.
And she looks great.
And she's Southern tier hot.
Yeah.
But that could also be why it may be you don't look as suspicious, maybe.
Sure.
Especially this type of crime.
Fair enough. But Kimmy, you have here in this story not only a woman accused of stealing multiple cars, a woman who, if most men laid eyes on her, would have an instant crush.
Would give her a car.
Yeah, well, you see that a couple of times in our area.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna run inside. You sit in the car. Where'd my car go? Tommy.
Yeah.
Let's say this woman has. We don't know what kind of past she has. Let's say you met a woman at a bar. You're hanging out.
Yeah.
You get a number. You go out with her once. You go out with her twice, and then the third date, the past starts coming in, and you find out that she has multiple charges, convictions of car theft.
Yeah.
And the most recent one was 6 months ago.
Oh.
So would that intrigue you? Or would that make you run?
She's gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
We're dating now.
You're on the third date, so
I'm single.
You're starting to approach relationship territory.
Yeah.
She keeps complimenting your car.
I would like to think I'm stupid enough to keep going on.
So you're saying that's a romance starter, not a deal breaker?
Yeah, because I mean, if you're dating this gorgeous chick and we're having a bunch of fun here,
okay,
I don't care, man.
Okay, so it's not that it's exciting to you.
Oh, it's hitting everything.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking is, okay, there's the idea that you just wouldn't care because she's hot, and I get that. Fine.
Right.
Would there be a benefit to her having these charges in her past?
I don't know if it'd be a benefit.
Okay.
I mean, it might be a fun little, like a little dangerous. A bit of a little danger element.
Okay, so that would be a benefit then, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Well, because like there are women who are into bad boys.
Yeah.
Are there guys that are into bad gals?
I guess so.
Like men that are, well, no, I mean, we don't know if this woman has a boyfriend, if she has a husband. We don't know the situation. There could be guys that see her and go, no, thank you, ma'am. You won't stop stealing cars.
I'm guessing guys would think that if this chick is a bad girl like that, there's a lot more on the menu.
The old idea, if she smokes, she pokes. Is that what you're getting at?
Put that on a T-shirt and sell it.
They sell them all over spring break in Daytona.
No, but you know what I'm saying?
So you're
like, you might think like she's a little crazy.
What makes you think
I think, might be a little crazy in the Saccola.
There's nothing that...
I'm just thinking how guys think.
Okay, all right.
Like if she's a wild one.
Kimmy, you've had friends in high school, college that had a little bit of a screw loose.
Oh, they were wild down in
Are you talking about
West
women?
Virginia?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, well, especially because that's when every kid gets on their own for the first time. They're testing the waters everywhere. And I know a couple of women who they have mugshots out there.
They get a whiff of that mountain air.
It was usually due to like underage drinking. You know what I mean? I can't think of anything too serious.
I feel like that's a lie. The way you did your finger that way.
Well, it's a long story.
But every guy wants
they
to...
ended up getting arrested on Halloween in a prisoner's outfit.
Oh, the case closed.
Yeah, same time.
Yes.
But every guy wants to wrestle a Hellcat, right?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, Kimmy, when your friends who had a pass, when guys they were seeing found out about it, was that something that you thought the guys were into?
I don't think they were into it. I don't think it stopped anybody. But again, I don't know anybody that had like a violent that were arrested for something violent.
Well,
so maybe that would be
this is just car theft. That's violent.
I love, look at you. Hey, baby, this is just car theft. I ain't judging you at all. I love you.
Don't hit me.
I love you.
Please don't hit me.
252 WCMF. We're talking about a 32-year-old woman accused of stealing cars twice. One of them out of a grocery store parking lot just south of us. They have her mug shot, and she's gorgeous.
Yeah.
She's stunning. So you have a woman accused of stealing a car on her own, which is weird, and she's good looking. If you met a woman with this in her past, you still in? Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
I find a woman is into me when she shows up in one of her 2 stolen cars to pick me up for a date. That's how much she knows. That's all I know. Far be it for me to criticize someone's appearance, but I think you only saw one of the mugshots.
Oh.
There's a picture of this woman. I looked it up while I was on hold.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Jeremy does not approve.
All right, well, look, the one I'm looking at, damn. Look, hey, man, sometimes you get a bad angle, Jeremy. Let's not take a shot. All right, but that aside, Jeremy, let's say, you're single, you're hanging out at a bar, you meet a woman, you're on the third date, things are going well. She reveals to you 6 months ago was her last car theft, and she's got 3 of them in her past. Is that intriguing, or is that a deal breaker?
I think I'm setting 45 to 60 seconds for her to explain herself in a sufficient way to me that allows for the car stealing.
Okay.
Like she had to pick up her child
or,
something. If it doesn't meet that criteria, see you, honey. I'm gone.
So you're not a guy that would be into like a dangerous bad gal?
No, I'm not a risk taker at all.
Okay. All right. Jeremy, I believe that makes you
a good weekend,
but
Dick.
that's okay. No, you too, buddy. Have a good rest of the weekend. I don't think there are guys that are into this.
Oh, you don't think there's any guys into this?
No, I think that, there's
Go to the South.
There's 3 problems here. No, I'm not. Look, I get that there are guys that...
You date hot chicks with missing an eye.
There's a difference between being able to look past it and being actually into it, like seeking it out.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Like there are men who will see she's hot and not care. I'm saying like she's dangerous and I like it. right? Because there's three.
I think some guys might dig it.
There are three potential problems that show up with a woman like this. One, Jeremy brought it up, right? Like, what if your car goes missing?
Yeah,
like, you can't trust that she's not going to make you the victim of the next crime because guys are very trusting. Problem number two, she's the badass in the relationship.
True.
Right? Like, would my fragile masculinity be able to tolerate her being the one that everyone's like, ooh, tough? And three, you don't know what the future holds. Because let's say you do like this woman a lot and you end up in a relationship with her, and then all of a sudden, she ain't answering her phone for 3 weeks, so she got locked up.
All right. But there's also that crazy night you had with her that would always stick in your head.
Okay. Again, like, you've just inserted the fact that she's absolutely dynamite with sex.
But, I mean, it's a kind of like sex maybe you've never experienced before.
In the back of a stolen car?
Even better.
All right, how about this? Let me ask you a question. You haven't had sex with her yet. All right, it's third date. You know what we should do? I want you. I want you right now.
Stop talking to me like that.
But look at me. Look at me.
No, I don't want you.
Look at me in the eyes. Look at me in the face.
No. What are we going to do?
I want you.
He's flirting.
But I only want you in the back of a stolen car. Let's go steal a car right now.
No, I'm not stealing a car.
That's the only way you're going to
steal
get
one
it.
and bring it home.
You're still in the back of a stolen car.
No, I'm not helping you steal.
Oh, no. Oh, nobody's telling me. And I won't steal a car and have sex with a woman I've been stealing because I'm scared to get caught because I'm a scared ass no sex in the back of a stolen car, bitch ass, scared ass little bitch.
I mean, it might be some rough, kinky stuff that guys are into.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you think you'd be able to handle what she's into, and what I'm getting at is maybe you'd be the one that's like, oh, no, that's too dangerous.
It could. It could get.
No.
It could get too rough. You're absolutely right.
Oh, I'm tying my hands. I'm scared. What percentage of men do you think, if they met a woman in a bar and she said, let's steal a car and have sex in the back, would do it?
Oh, I'm guessing that's low. Unless it's young guys.
Okay, under 30 percentage.
The under 30 bar?
Yeah.
You might get some takers.
Give me a percentage.
32%.
32%. Over 30.
Oh, it's dropping off fast.
I would.
But then it skyrockets when you get to the older side.
I was going to say, over 50.
It dips and then comes back up again.
Yeah. 90%.
65-year-olds, it spikes.
No, I'm saying over 50. 90% of men can do this, and here's why. One, you just want sex. And two, you would think, like, as we always talk about, when the cops get there, you can talk your way out of it.
Yeah.
Sir, she
I'll
stole the
handle
car.
this. I'll handle this.
Oh, we just joyride.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow, next to the break, or excuse me, Monday, next to the break room on C. It's going to be a Rapperoo.
Howdy ho, Friday Rapperoo.
For Friday Break Room CMF. That makes Monday a Monday.
Yeah.
Bro, this weekend sucks.
Well, it's a dead weekend.
It is, right? Like, we don't even get a Groundhog Day Saturday.
No.
So it's the first weekend since August without NFL football.
Mm-hmm.
And don't call me and tell me that the flag football game for the Pro Bowl on Sunday counts, because it don't.
Of course not.
Even though I'm going to watch it. You got the NHL All-Star game, but even that sucks now because they play 3-on-3, and that's just a gimmick.
What?
That sucks. I hate it.
I already ordered the food.
So the Bills' season is done. The Sabres are on the All-Star break. You got Syracuse basketball. I think they play this weekend.
I think they play tomorrow, actually.
They've been doing pretty well.
All right.
What?
I can't get into that.
It's been good basketball. I've been
It's
tuning in.
surprisingly good.
Yeah.
Like with the transition and everything of Jim Boeheim leaving, you would think they'd struggle quite a bit.
Okay, all right.
And then you got NBA basketball if you're into that, but even like the superstars are starting to drop in that. Long-term
really?
injuries, not great. So like,
All right, hello church.
if you want to, Kimmy and I are going to be at the RIT women's hockey game tonight, completely opposite each other.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, Kimmy's working.
Yeah, I have to work.
Yep.
Oh, you're broadcasting.
Yep.
And then
You taking the kids?
yeah, well, my daughter, my oldest, she's a hockey player.
Well, yeah.
She asked me on Monday, can you take me to the game? And I'm like, yeah, of course. And I thought this was going to be like daddy-daughter time. And then she follows that up with, can my friend come?
No.
Yeah.
It's a night out for her.
Yep. And I go, sure. And then she goes, what about my other friend? And I go, oh, okay.
You
Turn
can't,
into the
you
ladies'
can't
night?
leave the other friends out.
Yeah.
So then she goes, well, their parents can't bring them. Can you drive? Can you pick one up? And I go, yeah, sure. And then she goes, can you pick the other one up? And I go, what?
So how many people are you grabbing?
The Duffy bus.
One lives in Ogden, one lives in Ontario.
Ogden?
And Ontario, I'm in Henrietta. So I'm like telling her, I'm like, I can't go to Ontario. I'm sorry. I love this girl. She's a sweet kid.
Because you got to run them all back.
Yeah, that would be the thing, right? So I can't do that. So then my youngest is like, I want her. I want to spend time with her. So I'm like, will you come with me to the game? Because my oldest is just going to run around with her friends. And I don't want to be the creep sitting there watching a women's college hockey game by myself.
Yes.
So I asked my youngest, I go, will you come with me to the game? She goes, yeah. I go, oh, awesome. Can I bring a friend? Damn it! So then I got to pick up another kid.
So how many kids you packing into your car?
5 maybe. I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I don't know. Sucks.
That does suck.
So the game will be good. We'll see you tonight at the Policini Center.
Okay.
For a non-paid appearance. And if you're going and you see me sitting by myself, please don't judge me.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who's ready to give you all your hockey information tonight.
Sure am.
By the way, where can our listeners catch that if they want to watch it? Oh, my God, no.
Well, it's streaming, so
what do I do?
on the live stream.
So they go to RIT Hockey and find it?
I'm sure you can Google it and find it.
Yeah.
Or you could ask the person that's doing it. You don't know.
Well, it's a stream. I don't know what to tell
It's a
you.
stream. What are you turning
Flow
into
hockey?
me now? I don't know. It's a stream. I don't know. I hear a rabbi's got to bless it first before you can hear it. It's a kosher broadcast.
For Tommy Muley, who will absolutely be all over that stream tonight when he finds it. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow, Monday morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.